Fallout, Equestria, Murky Number 7. By Murky Number 7. The Apprentice's Downfall. Fallout Equestria, Murky Number 7. Chapter 25. The Apprentice's Downfall. What was it like to fly for the first time? Sometimes, I really wish I was a pony that knew lots of fancy words to say it in a better way. Don't worry, just try. I'm sure it'll come to you. It was just a completely new feeling. Like my mind didn't even accept that what I saw was reality. Lots of ponies say something really incredible feels like a dream, but well, that actually did. Maybe it was all the air rushing into my mouth making me dizzy, but everything just felt so fantastical and full of happiness to even be up there. It felt like freedom. Like I could go in any direction I willed. No pony could tell me otherwise because no pony else was there. Nothing but me, the crisp winds and the choice to go wherever I wanted. It terrified me with the possibilities, laying so many roads in front of me that I just couldn't imagine which one to travel on. You see, on the ground there's streets and walls blocking you. But up there it's all empty. Just a boundless expanse. Flying is like the ultimate freedom, and at last I had finally known how much of a massive rush that feeling could be. Sure, we all wanted out, but my friends had all once lived free. They knew what that was like from memory. Now I joined them in knowing. I understood what drove them to seek an escape without needing the same helpful shove that I did. Fantastical? Boundless expanse? Ha, you're more poetic than you think you are, Murky. Must be the artist in you, you tell it almost fairy tale-like, really. It is. Your first taste of freedom, to save your first friend. Both these things discovered in the same day. How could that not be something magical? Oh. Yeah. Unity. Much as flying was a delight to my mind, I really was still reeling from that one. I felt so stupid, so ignorant and not of how important she was to me when I first met her. Or met her again. It was confusing. I didn't feel a sudden rush of attachment. There wasn't any sudden mental snap and glorious remembering of every moment, nor a returning emotional outburst between us. Our memories had been desperately stripped by our own actions, and they remained so. Just because we knew what had happened didn't mean we remembered the feelings as normal ponies would. That made things a little more difficult to explain and to comprehend. We were friends. Yet it was like being told by life itself that we were supposed to be deeper friends than we'd ever thought or known without feeling anything different to our minds in the present. Imagine some epiphany told you to just like someone more right out of the blue. That's what it felt like. Were we still the same ponies as back then? We'd both changed so much over time. My first flight alone spoke volumes of that. Now we were left together after landing with a moment for me to try and explain this all to her. I'm sorry, I'm stammering at random here. It's just so confusing. Take your time. Unity had loved her buck from before. Had we really been more than friends? Was it just something below the surface that had gone unspoken before and only came to mind because her subconscious was all that remembered anything? Had it all been misinterpreted in the memory removal and there was nothing more? I'd learned what it was to fly and be free. Learning to deal with the lost part of my life in the blur of Philadelphia's nightmares would take a little longer. At the very least it was a positive and happy thing. We were reunited. I had to tell myself to keep focusing on the upbeat side of it. We knew the truth. No matter what confusion it caused us, whatever came at the end or whatever we were before. I cared for her and I knew she did for me. A burden had been lifted, and while I was still in shock, I couldn't deny a certain part of me that had longed for some epiphany for so long suddenly felt contented. A weight on my shoulders I now recognized as the responsibility I'd felt every time I was near her. I knew she felt the same way. Unity had dragged me out of danger just as many times. Now we'd just have to focus on getting out of the city. We'd sworn once, together or not at all. We were together again. So that was another big check off the list then, huh? Unity's issue sorted. Supplies found. Sonny was back with you. You had the orb to activate Ministry Station. Just the foals to go, isn't it? This is one long tale you've told, surely this is it, this is where it starts to end. Yes. It is, but not exactly in one sweeping motion. We still had to find a way into the station again. We could risk the outer metro and the asylum. But no one really wanted to use that route again. Not with foals and such a large group. It was at the center of a nexus of conspiracy though. Told you, poetic. I sure? Whatever, I knew there had to be other ways. Glimmer knew too and was working on it when she could. There were complications to come, some huge. Yet even before they happened there was one big issue. That was Protege. He'd gone back to Red Eye's regime in an attempt to stop the madness that was unfolding in every slave den and work pit. An enemy was descending and before the next day was out I would see them with my own eyes. Terrible news was due to arrive just before them and Shackles' play for power was accelerating with every hour to take advantage of it. Protege was alone amongst all that. One pony trying to stand against a city that was, without its great leader, now beginning to change for the worse. They'd labeled him a traitor, he had enemies at every level. He had no proof. No pony to help him from within. He was more idealistic than he would care to admit to even dare walk into that lion's den. I desperately wanted him to come with us. I wanted to show him the same thing he had told me to find for myself. Help him find his freedom. As far as I could see, he was a slave to the core and he needed my help. I just needed to talk to him. Get through and let him realize that he could say it, he could ask to come with us and I would let him. You wanted to help the stallion who'd fought you on a mountain, shot at you and tried to stop your only chance to escape. Only because he'd been ordered to. Now his orders and the ideals he felt he had to adhere to were dragging him back into a slave city that was ready to pounce on him in his moment of weakness. He was already set to answer for things he'd done with the best intentions but they weren't going to let that be all. They wanted to throw him down, destroy him before all others. Celestia helped me. I felt sorry for him. I wanted to help him find a better life more fitting of who he was inside. Yet this day, after he strode back to Philadelphia's authority in the face of things ready to crush his dreams and harm him in ways perhaps only I could understand, he would have to do something he had never had to do in his life before by the end of it. Make a choice. Unity and I scampered across the street as the large fuel wagon convoy passed, sticking to the cover of the foul-tasting dust it kicked up from the road. I had to hold my breath as the hot particles tickled at my throat and nose. It mixed with the smog in the air, it was thick in this part of Philadelphia, drifting heavy in the air from the surrounding refineries and radiation engine outlets. The buzzing hum of intense power at work filled the air with an unsettling vibration that shimmered in the heat around us, offering background noise to make our escape. As Unity and I rolled off the tarmac into the ditch at the opposite side, I had to hold my mouth to the inside of a leg to stifle a harsh cough. The ground was such a very filthy place. Nothing like up there. My eyes found themselves wandering toward the cloud cover, searching for any little hole away from the clammy ambience of the ground. Murky, in here. Unity hissed from nearby as she gently pressed open a loose wooden door to an abandoned security gate station. One side of it had been charred to a near pitch and gleaming black. Keeping low to the ground to evade the watchful eyes on the creaking walkways above, I followed the cream mare inside before bucking the metal-rimmed door closed behind me. It had taken us over an hour to get out of the refinery. We'd landed in over an hour of hiding in rank waste rooms, sneaking behind thick smoke clouds and squeezing through tiny holes of the surrounding walls. Now we were moving through the plant's outer areas to try and rejoin the main thoroughfare of Philadelphia where we could hopefully locate a sewer line to reunite with the others. For now though, we had to stop. Until the shift changed the roads were too barren to use and frankly, we were exhausted and sore after the landing. Yes, landing. I was going to call it as such and that was final, even if Unity disagreed. Inside, I was surprised to find the lights still active on the upper floor. After we trotted upstairs, We found a long broken window overlooking the roads in and out of the refinery above a panel long stripped of its circuitry. I presumed there'd once been for alarm buttons and gate switches, yet now there only existed an empty hole where the controls had once been. While musty and humid, it was a good hiding place. We could see over the fences into the pathways outside while being able to bunker down in and rest for a while. Stripping the worn and only slightly moth-eaten cushions from the guard chairs gave us something to sit on too. Finally, for the first time since we'd landed, the pair of us fell back against the wall and closed our eyes. We didn't speak, instead just taking a moment to get our breath back after the mad rush of activity in the last couple hours. Outside I could hear bands of red-eyed soldiers marching past, their hooves sending a slight shiver through the ground. By the sounds of what they were saying, they'd been collecting fuel for flamethrowers and fire traps. If I peeked over the edge, I could see a thick mass of the clumsy pinky balloons as the city's reserves launched to keep a wary eye on the skies around Philly. Even in the distance, the wall's high walkways at the top looked more crowded than usual. There was a fever of activity starting up in the city. As I sat back down, I found Unity looking at the empty orb from the mountain. It glittered, sending sparkles of magical light around its core and even seeming to drift off it in Unity's magic. The red glow of her telekinesis set the orb twinkling with various other colors too. It never seemed to settle on one color. Always just off-white with some shades I couldn't bring my eyes to focus on. It never settled on one solid shade, always drifting between the colors of the rainbow with a white crystal tinge. Unity's wide eyes gleamed as they reflected the non-specific colors, before turning to me. "What did you see?" "War," I muttered quietly, despite knowing I had no experience to state what that was or wasn't. Protege told me about it. "The Enclave is coming." "The nation of Pegorsi?" Unity seemed disbelieving. "They're just legends. Myths." "Well, I'm here, so Pegorsi have to exist." I pushed a smile onto my face. "After all, I did just take off and land. That sort of proves we can really fly. What's so hard about believing they live up there to get away from all this?" Unity snorted in laughter. "Land? No, Murky, we crashed." "That was completely a landing." "Well then I'd hate to see you crashing." She stuck her tongue out. "You crashed." The nerve of her. Just 'cause I fell on my back screaming after she'd had to save us from really crashing didn't mean it was a crash. Maybe a heavy landing. Yes, that was it. Murky logic wins again. Unity laid back against the wall again with a chuckle. She must have seen the insulted look on my face. I'd show her a landing someday. Prove I could. Till then I figured I'd rest off the craw. Heavy landing. I settled down beside her, head on the stone wall as I tried to tune out the sounds of army leaders shouting to their troops and the distant crack of firing ranges all around the city. Sharing brief moments of humor with a friend in the city. It almost felt out of place after everything I'd come to think of it. Orders, pain, humiliation and crying. This was a world away despite being in the exact same place. Friends really did make all the difference. I didn't want to lose this. It was then that I realized I still had to tell Unity about what Glimmer had discovered. Suddenly, the fear and worry settled in. Peeking an eye open, I saw Unity lying with her head resting on the edge of the security station's dashboard, seemingly sleeping. Only her eye suddenly opening reminded me I pulled my head away. Instantly trying to unlook at her, trying to appear as though I'd just been searching all around the whole room. "Did you hear something?" she asked quietly, clearly tensing up as she brushed a lock of her wavy mane from an eye. No. Just. No, nothing." A voice inside was screaming, "Just tell her." It pushed my mouth to open and say something, but my trust in Unity being the good pony she was to not think I was insane, yet it simply felt dry and thick, unable to form proper words. What if she thought I was trying to exploit it? No, stupid Murky. I had proof on me and back with Glimmer. Then why not wait till then? Yes. Wait. Give myself time to think on it and... Murky, what's wrong? You're sweating. I know you well enough to know when you're worried. She got up, shifting her cushion closer and gently turning my face towards hers. It was hard to really look at her. I knew this mare more than knew her. Or did I? Why didn't I feel like I knew her more then? I was still seeing the mystery mare I'd met for the first time just before the pit. My mind knew the truth but it didn't feel any different. Of course, I didn't remember. Knowing the truth and remembering those days were two very separate things. Instead, I tried smiling. Immediately, I saw her expression soften as I shook my head and lay back against the wall, trying to think what to say. Quaking, my chest tightened in worry, the thick mass inside me thumping and burning as I felt my windpipe tighten. Turning away, I coughed harshly, my lungs surging in pain as my bone-dry throat clenched. Murky? Unity's hoof rested on my back. Waving a hoof behind myself at her, I shook my head. I was okay. I had Radaway back at the pumping station. I'd been in a reprieve with access to Radaway lately, but I knew how quickly these tainted lungs could turn nasty. The mountain had proven that. I was still badly sick, merely treating the symptoms, not the ever-growing disease inside. I would be out of here soon, get proper help somehow. I'd beat this. So long as I didn't have to stay in here. Just a lot of things going on, worried for what's going to happen. Excited that that you flew. She broke into a wide smile as her hoof wrapped around mine and helped me back up. I couldn't believe my eyes up there. Seeing you sweep in on the winds, wings spread and those goggles on like a real Pegasus. I can't tell you how happy I am for you. Unity's other front hoof came down on top of her other one, squeezing mine between the two. I did the same, until we both broke down in a fit of excited giggles, mine fighting to not choke and splutter again. Talking over one another, the moment finally settled in. It was incredible. Up that high. When we went between those smokestacks. And soaring so fast in a dive. Really, I couldn't help but laugh. The emotions from those minutes in the air were still surging too strongly and for the first time since coming down they really returned in full. I'd been too concentrated on escaping the refinery to really think about it. Now however, I felt the shivers returning. The great big grin of excitement and unbridled joy. I'd felt free. Oh so free. Like I could do anything. Like I could do anything. If I could do that, I could tell her this. I got up, twisting around to sit in front of Unity. My wings flapped out a little, stretching as I moved away from the wall. The pain in them as the sore muscles worked actually felt good. A satisfying ache of post-exercise success. I swallowed deeply, biting my lip. Before me she sat upright and looked a little confused. Why had I moved away a little? Why was I looking nervous and happy at the same time? Why was I gripping her hooves tighter? I could read her face like a book. Unity. I felt like my lip was about to draw blood. Me. Her eyes betrayed the confusion immediately. Oh right, no subject, didn't say what I was. I wanted to pull away, frantically make an excuse up. The one why you're looking for. It's really confusing and sorry I didn't mean to just say it but I didn't know how and it's me and I don't even know because I didn't know and I want to try to tell you but I don't know and I took a breath. Screwing my eyes shut in anxiety and praying I did everything right. So I did my best. And told it to her face, trying not to let my voice break as I said the words. I'm the buck you were looking for. And you were the mare I'd been dreaming of trying to find. Unity didn't say anything, her eyes just widened, almost in denial or finding it too absurd, so I quickly spoke again, explaining the rest. I'm not a pony who can draw out the suspense when I'm talking. Really, I just stammered, blushed and backtracked my way through it. I told different bits in the wrong order and showed her my journal long before it should have been relevant to explaining things. I had to fight to stop myself from letting a few tears slip out as I felt it all well up inside me. Yet through it all, she just listened. A look of shock and confusion maybe, but she never interrupted or accused me of anything. It took me a few minutes before I figured out why. Unity was in the same boat as I was. She trusted me more than her heart knew. If I'd heard this from her, I might have reacted the same way. Only as things reached the end, only as I told her my full name, did I see the worry set into her eyes. She knew the initials on that love lock. She knew I couldn't read well to have known back then. She trusted that I wouldn't lie to her. Then there was the horrid silence. The moment after I realized I had no more to say and stopped speaking. We just stared at one another. Unity was shivering on the spot, holding herself up against the wall to stay steady. I just sat still, one hoof wrapped over the other and almost bleeding from the lip at biting it in nervousness. Unity started to speak, before faltering and shaking her head. Sorry, I can't. What was I meant to say? I really didn't know. My mouth opened a few times, my hoof tried to move and gesture. But I just fell short every time. Suddenly, she shook her head hard. I need some air, I need air. Unity got up and galloped past me, half limping after the crash as she headed for the stairs to the roof. Her head was down, her magic still carrying my journal with her after I'd hoofed it to her. Briefly, I saw her face look wet, two trails seeping through the dirt and filth any slave in Philadelphia had. Hooves clattering on the creaky wood, she disappeared upstairs before I could even raise my courage to say or move at all. Unity, wait. The roof was visible from the outside. We were higher up, likely out of sight but it was a risk. I got up and hastily followed her. I could feel the ache setting in as I started on the stairs, my back between my wings especially. Tripping twice, I more fell onto the roof than stepped. It was surrounded by a high parapet for armed guards to watch from, easing my worries a little about being seen. Looking frantically around, I spotted Unity with her back against the lip, breathing hard with her hooves covering her face. She was crying. Suddenly, I felt very guilty indeed. What is wrong with this forsaken city? Unity spluttered to herself, her head shaking into her hooves. How can things like this just happen? Why does it have to? I just wish I could have stayed in Friendship City that day, not gone out and gotten taken away. If I'd stayed in, I'd still be with my family and not all this doing things I don't understand. This is just my life is. I don't even know anymore. The journal lay open by her side, showing the same image I had first seen. I wish I felt like the same pony that was cuddled up to her in that drawing, but I wasn't. Slowly, I approached. Partly to not rush her, but also because I needed time to think what to say. My own eyes felt swollen and sore and my breath ragged. Eventually, I just sat nearby. I'm sorry, Unity. I spoke quietly, not looking at her, that this all had to happen. Philadelphia is evil? A nightmare. A blight on this world to cause horrors within that forever hurt you deeper than simple pain and hunger ever could? What other place could have caused such a thing to happen? To put two ponies in this position? I didn't even finish the sentence. Instead, I just watched as she got up and paced indecisively in circles. She was avoiding looking at me, instead just letting her eyes look across the hell of Philadelphia on all sides. The crude refinery. The glow of the crater, the restraint of the closest wall from life outside. The jagged mountain peak above it. Slavery and memory. The two things Philadelphia had been hurting ponies with since long before the balefire and for centuries after it, only growing more foul with every generation nestled within its cruel heart. We were no different, merely the latest ponies to have fallen prey to it. I put my head down, feeling something trickling down my cheek. Before I felt all too young and meek again. Like I was about to just break down like I used to. Murky. Unity's voice was quiet. Her hooves ceased moving. Her face turned to me, red and wet across her cheeks. Who are we? I forced myself to my hooves. I couldn't sit and look for sympathy here, we were both in this. I don't remember. I spoke quietly, not quite looking eye to eye with her. I know who. I just don't remember that time after I was brought here. It hurt me to look at her. For the first time I saw her not as a fellow slave, but as the pony she should be. Just a young learner from Friendship City who got pulled away from her life and cast into this pit. The filth that covered her body was wrong. Her mane that should have looked wonderful was bedraggled and twisted. I could see who she could be. A bright, optimistic and wonderfully heartfelt pony with a beautiful talent for friendship though memory. So epiphany I would look to and know I wanted to be around them like I did all the others. She was. A few breaths shuddered through me as I looked more directly at her. But I know one thing. I know who you are. You're my friend. No matter what. I raised a hoof as I said it, a small gesture. But one I saw her eyes follow as I lightly placed it over my heart. And I want us to both get out of here. Forever. I couldn't really hold it in any longer. I let my own sobbing take hold as I looked away and covered my eyes with my raised hoof. For a moment, I thought Unity was about to collapse in emotion. Before instead she cantered and then almost leapt forward. Her hooves squeezed me tightly, as did mine to her. Both of us had been about ready to lose it without so many else there. Even within the hot metal stench of the production quarter, the warmth of a friend is something entirely different. Atop that rooftop, in the middle of slavery, even as the horn for the shift change sounded and the processions of ponies trapped in here with us began to march to the rhythm of forced industry, we simply held each other tightly. Muzzle to shoulder on both sides. There was no individual comforting. It was mutual. Not loving. Just an act of caring. One little island of peace. Murky. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what we are. Who we really are, other than what we know. I don't care about the past and if whatever we were before ever happens again. Her voice sounded frail. But at least she could put words together. Something far beyond me at this moment. All I know is you're my friend too and we'll figure it out. Together. I sniffed and squeezed tighter. Together or not at all. There were perhaps very few ponies in equestrian history quite as glad as the two of us to see a sewer pumping station in all its filthy glory. After a couple hours making slow progress over the entire city, we wearily trotted through the rancid gunk coating the tunnel floor into that familiar area of our hideout with borrowed clothes around our mouths to block out the smell. There'd been a couple close calls as we made our way over roads. With how thick the city was with activity, it was as much a blessing as a curse. It meant more processions of filthy and hobbling slaves we could blend in with. But it also meant more slavers. They were on edge, red-eyed gas masks peering down at every epiphany they saw from platforms above the roads. The tension in the air was thick, driven on by the presence of fully armed soldiers waiting at many corners with shining new weapons mismatching against their individually unique and scavenged barding. Some of my older routes to sneak through weren't available anymore, as Red Eye's army was taking over abandoned buildings to construct anti-air batteries on their rooftops. Quad barrels or long thick cannons protruded from edges, all angled towards the main gate. End result, we were physically tired, mentally frustrated and emotionally exhausted by the time we made our way through it. I just wanted to collapse and let my mind shut down for a while. Yet at the very least, the journey had given us something to focus on other than the awkward glances and half-sentences to one another. Friends or not. This wasn't easy. Regardless, I couldn't help but feel relief at the first face we met in the tunnels outside the station. Hey, kids. Nonchalant, Glimmer looked up and smiled from the platform above us, just beside the stairwell leading to it and our hideaway. That effortless and confident smirk was just enough to help me feel more at ease. Big Sis was here, that meant it'd all be fine. I sped up a little, trotting up the stairs to meet her embrace, hugging tightly into her shoulder. I actually squeaked as she crushed me in return. "I'm so proud of you, lil bro. I watched you from that crane. Saw you saw it. Ack." I was cut short as the wind went out from my lungs again. Coughing and gagging, I backed off as Glimmer let me go and gave me a thick slap on the back. I went rigid as my sore-wing muscles jerked and sent my wings jerking around stiffly. It was incredible. "Just relieved you two are okay, I couldn't see where you landed." Unity followed me up, coming alongside my sis and I. "Well, actually, we landed neither. We crashed off the..." She and I found ourselves looking at each other with narrowed eyes. Off to the side, I could hear Glimmer's unrestrained howl of laughter. "Oh, you two are too much, sometimes." Glimmer wiped her eyes before fixing me with a look. Its meaning was clear. "Have you told her yet?" Hesitantly, I made a couple of tiny nods. "Quite the couple, so I hear." She teased carefully, looking over at Unity before slowly pulling her in for a hug of her own. "I know this must be hard. I'm here for you too, hun. Hugs like this do kinda help." Unity joked, before making a small sniff and squeezing my sister tighter. "We talked it out a bit." "And? How do you do? Feel?" Glimmer sat down between us, a leg over each of our shoulders to hug both of us into her sides as we took a moment to stumble and stammer over what we'd discussed on that building's roof. With Glimmer there, so epiphany more mature and confident than both of us, things felt a little more stable to talk. "Well, we decided that we wanted to, I stammered, before Unity finished for me. "We wanted to figure it out together. As friends." Glimmerlight squeezed both of us tightly. I could have sworn I heard her go AWW. "Then you both made the right choice. Now, you two know what I'm like. I'll joke, I'll tease, but I'll not ever push either of you for real, okay? Just take it easy, there is no need to rush any of this. Be who you are now, not what you feel you might have been then. There's no pressure for anything, right?" We both nodded. Glimmer was right. Honestly, it just felt odd. If I was honest with myself, I had spent years kind of wanting some epiphany special for me. I'd felt envious of Unity for having someone when I was still alone. Yet now I didn't feel any urge to grab hold of any chance. Was it awkward timing, the confusing situation, or had I just matured a little? Again, if I admitted my real feelings to myself, I did like Unity. She was quiet and thoughtful, easy for a nervous pony like me to talk to, and had a slightly offbeat way of thinking that I found very interesting. Perhaps after all this I just felt exhausted at the thought of two ponies being forced together by fate rather than by a genuine evolving friendship. After all, wasn't that what relationships were? That was, assuming we really had been anything before. I presume that's what we were trying to figure out. Glimmer let go of us both, sweeping to her hooves with a musical hum. "Now, let's get inside, kids. Listen, I've told the others. They're good ponies, they'll all support you. But I've asked them to give you a little space on the issue. You two do what you need to, but don't hesitate to come to us if you need some epiphany to talk to." "We won't. Thanks, sis." Glimmer saluted and spun away to trot her way back inside. "I'm totally reserving the right to still find a stallion for Murky, though," she shouted over her shoulder as she turned into the doorway and disappeared. Unity blinked on the spot, confused, before turning and giving me a quick once-over, looking halfway between smirking and confused. "Is there something I should know?" I was already cradling my head in my hooves. "Yes. That my sister is evil." The others welcomed us with quite significant relief and excitement. Coral held us both tightly, as I felt Brimstones give me a wink and a prod with a smile. I could tell when he was showing a little respect for something I'd done. Hang on. Is a wink a blink for him now? Never mind. Mr. Peace, as ever, was about as subtle as a balefire missile in his appreciation for our safe return. It took us both some minutes to convince him to put us down from his shoulders again. Even Sunny offered Unity a smack on the back and praise for her daring leap onto the wagon. I felt myself turn around in the middle of it all, hunting for Epiphany else. Epiphany who wasn't there. My heart sunk a little more than I realized it would, before I was dragged back by Coral into another tight squeeze and asked to tell the story of what had happened up there. It was my story to tell, so I told the correct version about how we got back on the ground. Surrounding us were the supplies we had stolen. It made me realize just how close we were. We had enough food to last us a few weeks in the wasteland if we accounted for Sunny and Brimstone's hunting skills. Enough medical supplies to keep us going, most especially my sickness. We had weapons, ammunition and tools. We had maps of Equestria, camping utilities and even pop-up tents. All of this was in the middle of being arranged into several saddlebags and thick cargo hoists that Brimstone and Mr. Peace would carry. We had Sunny with us again, we had discovered the truth for Unity. Glimmerlight had all she needed to look for alternate routes into Ministry Station, and even if she failed, we had an alternative one, albeit at great danger. All that remained now on our group's plans was to solve the issue of the foals. They had been taken back to the Alpha Omega Hotel by Grindstone's own word. He was a silver-tongued liar through and through, but I saw no reason to doubt that he had here. Kidnapping foals would be too obvious, even for them. Chirpy Sum, Lilac Rose and Starshine Melody were coming with us and now awaited our rescue from one of the most heavily guarded buildings in Philadelphia. Thankfully, it wasn't up to us to break in. I pointed my hoof at the hotel on a map of Philadelphia while the group looked on. Epiphany knew where it was, but it made me feel important to do that. I knew the foals best, having met all three. So this was my little call to make amongst the bigger plans the others had done. Starshine Melody broke out once, that's how she got caught by the ghouls in the crater and taken to that underground base place. She knows how to get a foal out of the hotel, and as far as we know, Red Eye's assistants in there never figured out how. Chirpy Sum also got out to sneak onto the train with us because he's permitted to leave for study under Slavers. Oh goddesses, Epiphany was looking at me saying this. I bit my lip and swallowed, trying to force myself to keep talking. I knew sneaking, this could work. Catching Glimmer's eye, I saw her smile a little. The sight made me take a breath and calm down a little. Believe in your sis, Murky. When I got Lilac Rose into the hotel and later met her, I told her and Starshine to watch out for a note in the way that she got out last time. A drain pipe has a hole near it on the fence. If I leave them a note there, then they can sneak out themselves to meet us down the. I struggled to remember, tapping my head. The old servants' staircase. Yes. So we can just wait in a hiding spot till we see them. They'll never even know they disappeared until it's too late. Oh yes, feel proud, Murky. You just detailed a plan. I felt myself stand a little straighter up. Like a Pegasus, yeah. Well, someone's happy with his idea. Coral smirked and patted me on the head before looking at the map where I'd been pointing. I lowered my eyebrows. Kman. Ruining my moment here with all this patting. We aren't leaving without them. Coral's words brokered no argument. If we're going to pick them up, we'll need to take some things to keep them warm outside the hotel. Philadelphia's hot, but the winds can be bad for foals. We'll need 3 ponies in case we have to gallop off and carry them. I'm going, Murky? I nodded. There was no way I wasn't. Starshine hadn't met any pony but Brim or I, and the big stallion was hardly the master of stealth. I'd love to come get that little rascal, Glimmer spoke as she waved some metro and city maps in her magic, but I've got to find us a way down. Got a theory about that place you mentioned though, Murky? That crater base where the ghouls were. I'll fill you all in later if it pans out. I'll be busy though, can't go. I'll come with you. Unity stood up. I'm good with kids, my first job was minding the nursery at Friendship City and your son already knows me. Glad you stepped up, can't stand the little bastards. Sunny rolled her eyes, give me a dog any day. Why, Sunny? Coral raised an eyebrow as she began to pick up for blankets and warm clothes for the foals, not the maternal type. Sunny leaned back on the wall and rolled her eyes at the older mare with a shake of her head, blowing smoke from a cigarette she'd somehow acquired on our looting. You've got time though, no need to rush there. Shift change isn't for an hour by my estimate and forget moving before that. I agreed with Sunny. We'd just come in from outside and Philadelphia was getting worryingly bare on the streets with so many slavers around by the time Unity and I had reached a sewer opening. Going back out would be unwise. To that end, we used the time packing up what we could. Weapons were stripped and maintained by Sunny as Glimmer put her efforts to map work. Coral and I sewed repairs on the fabric we'd gotten as well as strengthening and waterproofing our bags. We'd pass them over to Brimstone and Unity who would stuff them full. I did have to admit, it was pretty funny seeing the small mare and the massive raider sharing the task in silence. They were both as happy with quiet work as the other was. The tasks didn't last forever though, giving way to a short meal of canned fruit, oh my goddesses, the taste after a lifetime of gruel, oatmeal and stale bread. And a moment to rest before heading back out. I sat and drew, bringing the imagery of Brim and Unity to life in my journal with the newly reacquired charcoal sticks. Hey! Lied bro? Glimmer dropped in beside me with a thump, immediately leaning over to watch what I was drawing. You know, you always draw her mane like it wasn't dirty. Cut it don't be. I muttered around the charcoal before taking it out, I draw your mane pretty as well. I for the manes, eh? She prodded my side and leaned in, what about ponytails? I giggled and nodded, I could entertain her. Ponytails look really nice, I like them a lot to drive. Her laugh was louder than I had anticipated. What had she? Too easy, Glimmer shook her head, now listen. We've got a little left before you head out and... Her voice died a little, as she motioned me through to a side room of the pumping station. A little confused, I got up and trotted after her, leaving the journal behind me in the main room. Leaving those working behind us, we went to the back room. It was dark, but the driest area where we would often use to sleep if we had a moment spared down here. Numerous woolen rugs and blankets we laid out, every epiphany had their own little space. Glimmer light settled on her lime green blanket and turned to me as she drew across her bag of orbs. Unity was keeping the special orb safe on her. Given what she'd done to get it, I couldn't blame her. Murky, I think this is the one where it happens. Her magic held up a memory orb. Deep blue, shifting and shimmering just below its glass-like surface. It's the last main piece of my memory from back then. I wanted to use it when you were away but well. I gulped, you wanted me here? In the dark, I could just see my sister nod slightly. If I didn't have pretty good night vision I likely would have missed it. It's not that I'm scared and need you here, Murky. Just that you've helped me with this, you've seen everything and you've never judged me. It helps justify myself having some epiphany I trust here to do it with me. Gets it out in the open. So. Would you go this one more step? I didn't hesitate. Always, sis. Her hoof ruffled my mane, before I felt her kiss my forehead and lean close. Knew I could count on you. I don't know what's going to happen in this. The village is attacked and we're taken for slavery but... I don't know what it involves or how it goes down. Bringing Diamond back caused it, I know that now, but I have to see it to prove to Coral that I'm not who I was then. That I can face the past. I took the memory orb in my hooves, feeling the magical tingle on my body. The light from it offered just enough to see Glimmer's face in a pale blue haze. Coral still cares for you, Glimmer. You've proven it in the present. You You might argue occasionally still like really bad relatives, and I know she holds grudges for a long time, but she knows you're doing this and she wouldn't let you put yourself through this as it contained anything too much to handle feeling. Not something that would hurt you today. Glimmer sat silently for a few seconds, clearly thinking deeply on that. I'd only ever heard or seen hints of her worries about that time. While it might be painful to watch through this, I had a feeling it'd help let her finally know. To beat what had once become a hurtful coping mechanism for her. I trusted Coral wouldn't have let her go through with it. Had it been anything too traumatic on a personal level? Well then. Glimmer took a deep breath before just shaking her head and grabbing the orb. Screw it, let's just do it and I can put this away for good. Her horn lit and I felt everything drop away around me. You. Glimmer didn't waste any time on returning to the village. Carrying the heavily injured Diamond between them, she and Coral threw open the door to what I presumed was the hut they held any meetings in, a taller building of thickly woven dry branches and packed earth. Madame Beau. Madame Beau. Coral galloped ahead, past the rows of benches and toward a door behind an frayed flag as Glimmerlight hoisted Diamond onto a central wooden table supported by piled stones. Her hooves grasped at Diamond's cheeks, peering close to see if there was any life left in his eyes. She could see a faint movement of his pupils, confused and scared. Hold on. Just hold on, Diamond. We've got potions. We'll save you. Hold on, please just hold on. Her rapid breathing betrayed a panic. Looking up at the sound of two ponies returning quickly, I saw Coral Eve and the elderly mare I'd once seen as the village's leader. She shuffled with haste, if not speed, carrying an old medical pack on her side. Coming alongside Diamond, she began immediately digging for something in it. I do not know why you bring an outsider here, Glimmerlight. We shall deal with it afterwards, but I won't watch a pony die in my village before me. Wrap this around the barrel of his torso, quickly. A thick dressing was shoved into Glimmer's hooves. I could feel her shaking as she set to work, physically hauling with her limbs and lifting with telekinesis to turn rough Diamond. Coral Eve helped her, both their hooves becoming matted with slick warm blood from the deep stomach wound. What happened to him? Madame Beau spoke firmly with her creaky voice, not once stopping her work to gradually pour the potion down an unresponsive Diamond's throat. Raiders. Coral spoke the single word curtly, before having to hold down Diamond's kicking legs. Out in the woods nearby, we killed the ones that attacked him. But there's never just a few on their own. There can be, Miss Eve, if we are beyond lucky. Hold him down. He's going into shock. Diamond's limbs were shaking so hard it was actually causing him worse pain. Glimmerlight smothered him in her telekinesis as Coral leaned her weight over the bottom half. It made Glimmer's job difficult. I could feel the complexity of the magic to hold him down while also working with her hooves on a tricky task to tie a dressing around their patient. I couldn't explain it in words, I was no unicorn, I just felt the difficulty. Madam, Glimmerlight didn't look up as she spoke, will that potion work? Gut shot. Not really meant to take anything by mouth, but potions work a little differently. Not as though we have much choice, young lady. We have no spell-based healing in Creaky Hollow. They work together, holding him still, feeding him the full potion bit by bit and keeping the dressing tightly secure around the wound. Blood seeped around it, gradually slowing over time. Diamond's breathing began to settle as he lay back into the madam's hooves. He was very pale. Now, Glimmerlight, Madame Beau looked up, did any pony follow you? No. We didn't see anyone. Did any pony see you leave with him? Why were they this close? How would they know? Why would some epiphany on the run come this far out? I could feel Glimmer's eyes turning wet under the tone of interrogation. Coral Eve remained silent and stern across the table. Glimmerlight, you know our rules. If any pony were to... She was cut off by a rasping and distant call from the outside, far off. A drifting blare of a crooked and out-of-tune horn crept in over the village from the surrounding forest. A chill ran down Glimmer's back as it repeated, "Closer this time." A warbling and uncertain note that hung in the air each time it sounded, harsh and cutting. The three mares looked at one another in silence as it was followed by the not-so-distant howl of rough pony voices. Animalistic and feral. Then came the sound of hooves upon the ground. Many hooves. Coral Eve moved immediately, galloping to the hall doors and blasting them open with a harsh spark of her horn. A blood-red sunset cast its light through them past her, as though coming from the forest itself, spreading across the ground and floors. Dust could be seen rising as trees shook by the passing of something out there, coming closer. Slowly, Coral's head turned from the sight, open-mouthed and clearly afraid. "Madam! Madam, get over epiphany inside. Now!" The howl turned to a roar as the ice broke and the stampede from far off began to close in. Raider cries were distinguishable. Even I could feel the sensation, that of it'll always happen to some other village. Now it was happening here. To her home. Madame Beau turned back into the hall and pulled a switch on the wall. Outside I saw the glaring white flash of the town's perimeter lights spring into action. In the same motion, she frantically pulled a rope that set a bell on top of the hall clanging madly. Glimmer turned her head away from their leader to gallop toward Coral in the door. Her magic snatched up Diamond's heavy rifle from the ground where she dumped it and loaded it from his own bags. "Where is Chirpy?" Coral shouted from beside her as two stallions ran toward the hall entrance carrying 4 foals between them. The youngsters were pale white and confused, scared but not understanding the true weight of the terror approaching. "Last saw him at your house. He might be hiding." That was enough direction for Coral Eve. She immediately ran out into the growing madness that was the panicking village. Ponies pushed and screamed at one another to move. The worry was obvious on all their faces, they couldn't fight an attack off. Not a hope in hell. "Coral, wait!" Glimmerlight shouted after the mare, before running outside too. She cast a look behind her at the prone form of Diamond on the table as she went, before everything became quickly too manic to see into the hall with so many ponies pushing into its thicker walls. Ponies bore grim faces, filled with distant eyes of denial. She ran across the warm gravel after her friend in the direction of Coral's home, breathing hard. Behind here, there was the small pop of flares being fired from the forest by the raiders. 3 red lights erupted in the sky, casting a flickering crimson haze over everything below, damaging what reassurance the bright lamps meant to ward off timber wolves were doing. "Coral! Coral!" Her words went unheard as she watched a blue tail vanish into her home, leaving Glimmer amongst the few remaining ponies outside. 2 mares were seen dragging leather armor on while a young buck struggled with a long hunting rifle. Hardly a force against. A great roar emerged from behind her as Glimmer stopped and turned in horror. The raiders broke the tree line. A wave of huge hounds bounded forth, rough-haired and lean. Foamy spit dripped from their gnashing jaws as they surged around the buildings and threw themselves at any ponies they could meet. The screaming began in earnest. Ponies were caught between their homes and the hall and dragged to the ground amongst a frenzy of teeth and savage barks. Behind them came their handlers, just as crazed as their canines. They carried nets and hooks, backed up by crossbows and old target rifles. Painted coats stood out with white and dull yellow designs below their armor. Some wore nothing and simply charged with the hounds, insane ponies who leapt and bit alongside their pets. After that, the swarm of armored raiders with proper guns could be seen cheering and whooping to clear the forest and find their prize. They carried flaming torches that stood out under the shadow of the trees. In the glow of the flares above, they seemed like creatures from the depths of fiery horrors itself. Glimmerlight stood virtually alone in front of it. No pony was trying to help any another now. Fear had taken the village and they scattered toward the forest. From behind the hall, a raider wielding a trident stopped and turned, yellowed eyes spotting her. For a few seconds, my sister seemed frozen as he howled and charged. Her rifle took a long time to move, before finally snapping up and barking its own retort into the air. The recoil was heavy, bucking madly against her magic grip. The raider snapped backward, the round punching them head over hooves, leaving them writhing on the ground in circles braying like a stuck Brahmin. To her side, the two mares both fired and shot down a raider before he could throw a burning stick onto the town hall. Their resistance didn't go unnoticed though, one of them jerked and fell, a raider's bullet punching through her light armor with ease. She didn't make a sound, until the shock wore off and she began to wail in pain from the ground. Helpless as the rest. Glimmerlight started moving again, aiming for Coral's home even while her magic struggled with the heavy bolt. Some huts were already burning, raiders flowed through the gaps between them, silhouetted in the flames of their rampage. Ponies fled from some of their homes as they caught fire, right into the nets and powerful blows of their attackers. She ran past ponies struggling with raiders. The bigger villagers wrestled in the mud and gravel with raiders jingling from their number of piercings. Diamond's rifle fired again to knock one from the roof of her own hut. Then again at a hound that ran near Coral's house and missed. She kept running. Running and shouting as her home was torn down around her. I wasn't a master strategist, but I could see they had no hope. They were massively outnumbered and the raiders were hardened and brutal. Already the town was becoming an inferno. Out of the corner of her eyes, Glimmerlight could see ponies that fled for the forest being pulled down by raiders that seemed to leap from the shadows of the trees. Creaky Hollow was already a ruin, scant minutes into the attack. Behind her, there was a bestial roar. A quick glance saw a rather familiar and massive horn beast on two legs act like a battering ram on the hall's main door. It splintered into tinder, before he and the raiders swept inside to the madam and those who had sought refuge. I'd seen raiders. I'd even fought them and met some of their worst individuals. But the scale and ferocity of a full raider attack. Of the bloodletters in their prime, working as one. It terrified me through time itself. Glimmerlight finally caught up to Coral at her home, yet as she approached, the wall exploded outwards with two hounds hurtling along with it. My sister was thrown from her feet as debris flew past her face, her vision whirling. Coughing, she pushed herself up. Through the hole, Coral Eve clutched Chirpy protectively, her horn flickering like a beacon in the firelight. The two beasts that had gotten inside lay shattered upon the ground, their bones snapped like brittle twigs. The hall's gone. Glimmerlight screamed it at her friend as she staggered over the wreckage of a once cozy home. They got in. There. They're killing and taking epiphany. Those words must have hurt to ever have to say. Behind her I knew she could hear the events she was alluding to. The sounds of foals and their parents begging and crying out from within the building. Its bell still rang again and again. Coral moved beside Glimmer and stared at it with tears in her eyes. Her hooves held Chirpy tightly to her chest. She spoke fiercely and accusingly. You did this. I didn't. He wasn't. Coral Eve's horn sparked violently, before I felt a wave of pain strike through Glimmer's body. Everything became a dark blur as she was thrown backwards across the ground to in front of her own burning hut. Her eyes saw it when she gasped and held her chest, lingering on her home as it cracked and fell into itself with a spray of little embers. Her jaw slowly dropped open as the little hearth's warming lights she'd put up exploded and sparked one by one. Her home after trying to escape a life of servitude to the Rangers. Gone. Only then did her eyes move back to Coral. The unicorn simply stared at Glimmer. I could see the Coral I had first met. Bitter, angry. Unable to fix things and letting it all bubble over in deep-set rage. Coral didn't even turn her head to look at the huge raider she sent hurtling head-first into a wall with a sickening crack of bone on stone. Her eyes remained fixed on Glimmerlight's through the pain this use of her broken magic was causing her. Slowly, her mouth moved. Inaudible over here as Glimmer gasped and tried to stand. The words, however, were clear. You did this. With that, she disappeared behind a cloud of smoke drifting from a hut between them. I knew she didn't get away. But it hardly made it any less upsetting to see Coral Eve leaving Glimmer to try and save her son alone. My sister simply lay there, eyes stinging from tears and smoke. The growl was the only warning Glimmer got. Something barreled into her, sending another shock of pain through her body as she was thrown onto her back and launched upon by a filthy wet-smelling mass of writhing muscle. A snapping canine jaw went for her neck. Screaming in frustration and anger, Glimmer didn't even hesitate to punch it directly in the muzzle and give herself time to get the rifle between her and its mouth. The hound's paws lashed at her, drawing blood as it leapt upon her. Pinned down, Glimmer could only jam the weapon into the beast's mouth to stop it closing around her flesh and kick at it with her hind legs. Straining, clenching her teeth, she fought it from the ground with a desperate strength. I felt her magic activate and rack the bolt that was inside the hound's mouth. The motion caught its flesh in the mechanism, making it whine and pull back. It gave her a little space. Not enough to escape. The hound spat out the ejected round and rushed forward, its weight slammed down on her from behind, pinning her. A low growl began rumbling in its chest, leading to the bark that would signify its rush forward to. The weight lifted off her completely. Glimmer could still hear it snarling, before falling silent as though on command. Slowly, she tried to rise, reach her rifle. A fierce grip of magic snatched her around the neck and dragged her back. I felt the choking pain grip tight and cause her to gag as her entire body was lifted from the ground and turned to face a mangy white-coated unicorn. A manic grin stretching from ear to ear met her around a crazed fringe of all bright colors in existence, one eye twitching in place to its side. Wildcard. He stood above her, holding Glimmer's struggling body in his magic with his personal hand gnashing and wanting to get at her. Reaching down, he patted his pet before leering at my sister through a face lacking that same cruel scar I'd have seen in the present day. Come along, Glim Glim. Glimmer's eyes widened, the obvious question. Oh. I know who you are. We're going to be the best of friends, aren't we? We can scream together. Arrrrrrgghhh. Eh? His screaming face was shoved into ours. I wanted to move her limbs for her, do anything, but I had to sit and endure, feeling the throat tighten and tighten. AWW. Well, come on then. His magic loosened, sending her crumbling to the ground, before a rope attached to a meat hook dragged her away by wrapping around her upper body, the metal claw worryingly close to her chest. The village had fallen in but a couple of minutes. It had never been a battle, simply a massacre of rending and exultant looting. Glimmerlight was dragged breathlessly to the front of the hall where ponies were being led or dragged out. Many were badly injured. Foals were being thrown in wicker cages thrown over the bigger raiders' backs. Their crying and screaming was haunting, young voices that you just never wanted to hear in such a situation. All around them the village burned to the ground as the sun began to go down and bring darkness to the remote area. The air felt thick with heat and smoke, all too familiar to the reality we were in outside the orb. Release the foals at once. Let them go. They're nothing to you. The creaky voice of Madame Beau met Glimmer's ears as she tried to force herself out of a raider's grip. She flung herself at Wildcard, reaching out to him. Have you no thought for the young? She pleaded, falling to her knees. Even if you take us, let them. Wildcard's machete flashed in the red light. A stream of blood followed it, before the madame's headless body fell to the floor. Many villagers, Glimmer included, called out to her. Many shouted her name. Wildcard however just stood and held his hooves to his head in pain, shaking it madly. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut you up. He shrieked at them all, overpowering their voices. If you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. When will you all just fucking learn? He paused, breathing hard on the spot. Slowly, he coughed and waved a hoof to the raiders. Nah. Nah. Lapsed, I'm cool, it's all cool. We're all very cool, right, right? Just a mistake, I'll make it up to you all. Now. Go have fun, kids. The raiders knew the signal. They streamed into the remains of the village or back into the forest to chase any pony who'd run. A mad dash for the prizes. It left Wildcard and just a couple other raiders waiting with their couple dozen prisoners in the light of the fires. Some of it was spreading to the dry forest itself. After what he had done though. No pony wanted to dare say anything to a twitching pony in their midst. I found Glimmer looking at the others nearby, spotting that Minotaur stomping around the raiders and slapping those who found anything he wanted. What I now knew as Wildcard's hunters, who would become his gladiators in Philadelphia, prowled around with as much shivering and foaming at the mouth as their leader. Glim Glim. Come here, Glim Glim. I felt the fear run through her as Glimmer turned her eyes back toward Wildcard. He was advancing on her as he waved to the other two ponies with him. He stared into her eyes. Past them, it gave me a horrid feeling as he looked deeply at her. No. He wasn't looking at her. No, no, just my imagination, it had to be. I've got a gift for you. A little truth, that's what you wanted, right? What are you? Who are you? Glimmerlight spoke with a raspy voice. Her clenched throat in the smoke made it hard to speak up. Wildcard grinned and narrowed his eyes, a worrying glint of him actually staying consistent appearing in them. How I found this playhouse, little cutie. He patted her head. Let me introduce you again. He turned her head to the side by force. She tried to resist but simply hadn't the strength. Ahead of her, the two raiders dumped Rough Diamond in the dirt beside Wildcard. He leaned down and sniffed at the Earth pony's mane, taking a deep whiff of it with a big smile. Such a good smelling. Not totally a raider kind, huh? He couldn't drink, you know? He never ever came to any of my 3 birthdays. I even told him. Not one of us, no. But that's fine, he does his job, I do mine, the order of the universe, right? Glimmerlight didn't look at him. Her eyes were fixed on Diamond. He was awake, slowly stirring in pain as he fought to figure out what was happening. No. He said. He said a lot of things, Glimmy. Wildcard whispered far too close in her ear, bet he told you about wanting to pack up and leave the traders too. Always a good one for the more cautious that. He really is good. Glimmer sat still as the embers of the burning hall were blown past the 3 of them. I could only imagine what she was feeling right now. I'm sorry. The breathy voice came from in front of her. It was Diamond. With a cry of pain, he pushed himself upward between the 2 raiders. His eyes stayed put on Wildcard and Glimmer, but I spotted the sickening sight of blood dripping from his stomach wound again. Glimmer, I'm so sorry. His voice was thin, his accent weak under it. You did. Glimmer barely said it above a whisper. He did. Wildcard hissed and giggled, hopping back between the 2 and glancing each way expectantly. I do so love a little drama, go on. Make some blame. Burning Village Theatre. Rough Diamond looked at Wildcard with a sudden rage. Why do you keep me alive? You want me gone to make room for Bone Crusher. You don't think I'm a proper raider, not deserving of the Big Four. And you're right. He stepped forward and stumbled, nearly falling completely. This time. I did want out. You tried to have me killed. His eyes turned to Glimmer. Why would I lie now? They've won. There's no need for a charade. I lied, at first maybe, but I thought I could use the hidden village here to get away. I wanted out of all this when I couldn't convince Brim to. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Wildcard chimed. Big guy getting soft and bringing you in as one of the 4 doesn't mean you're one of us or that you could ever leave. You don't leave the bloodletters. You enjoy the fun or you get ripped and... Shut up. Glimmer. I'm so sorry I lead them here, I didn't know where else to go. I did my job even when I tried to get away from it. Glimmer stepped forward a little. I couldn't feel if she believed him or not, whether she felt upset for him. In the middle of all this, everything was too confused in her body language to know. At least. Until she spoke. I believe you. I saw them trying to kill you. Her words grew in strength as they went. I knew that made no sense if it was a ruse. She brought a hoof out to support Diamond where he stood. I felt his rough coat on her own, matted with blood and sticky, Yet she didn't shirk back from helping him. "Glimmer. Look at me. Look at me." His voice was quiet, dropping to a whisper. "Diamond? Run." I could feel her having to fight, reacting too obviously. "No, you. Pink dream. I'm going to do this for you. You gave me a gift. The bullet. That magic-enhanced bullet. Never used it, because it meant more to me than just a good bit of ammo. You showed me that there was another life I could have had, one my birth took away. One where ponies were nice. Knowing that at the end I had someone who would have accepted me, that's enough." Glimmerlight was shaking her head. "Diamond, don't do this, we'll find a way, you don't have to." Wildcard began to stomp forward like a petulant child. "Speak up. I wanna hear. I wanted out, but I couldn't get out. This life wouldn't let me get past its walls. If you can't get out, go. Go to Br. Brimstone. He can be different, I've seen it. I tried to bring it out in him. I hope I'm right about him. So take the only apology I can truly manage, I wish I had longer. Run." He cried out in pain. The motion tore at his stomach wound, but he spun on the spot to bite, draw and sink a hidden knife into Wildcard's face so deep I heard it clink against his skull, the raider leader howling in pain. Diamond's legs bucked out at the two raiders either side of him as he shoved Glimmer away. I felt his hooves impact on her side hard, spurring Glimmer to take off. "Geo. Geo, Glimmer. Run." Raiders looked up as they heard the shouting. Most of them seemed more surprised than anything, yet Glimmer's frantic vision noticed a dozen break off and chase her. Skidding in the dirt, she turned and fled to the forest, looking back for Diamond. She was just in time to see Wildcard, his face looking carved in half, tug the stallion in with his meat hook and bring the two machetes down hard. There was no scream. Even through the orb, I felt Glimmerlight's heart sink. Slowly, that wrecked face turned to her. It bubbled blood as he rolled across the clearing she was sprinting away from him over. Each word gurgled through a wound, howling after her. "Have you figured it out yet? I asked if you knew why you hate me. See you when you wake up." His psychotic laughter echoed and bounced around the valley after her as Glimmer powered her legs to an effort that could only be drawn from emotion and desperation combined. The raiders and their hounds followed her down the forest path as she fled. Fled for nowhere, anywhere but here. The black branches reached down like claws, the darkness falling around her as she aimed for the thickest parts of the woods. Only to find that escape would not be possible. Not possible at all. Through the forest, the main force of raiders was coming. They surrounded her by the sheer width of their line, the biggest and most heavily armored ones she'd ever seen spreading around to box her in many war parts of ranger armor as form braces or helmets. Giants of ponies. Most of them older than the young maniacs that had raided the village, all of them clearly weathered veterans, the hardened core of the bloodletters. They didn't run. They didn't need to. They simply plodded on thick bony hooves to surround my sister. She stopped as they parted to let their leader through to face this one stray escapee. Heavily armored behind slabs of metal and a dragon-shaped mask, taller than any pony else and shaking the ground with his steps. The great wallowed brimstone blitz gazed down at the terrified and shivering mare like a small child. The mask showed two beady eyes behind it, old and weathered as they stared into hers without a word. The greatest of raiders in this band regarded the cowering, bloodied and dirty mare before him without a word. Behind her, Wildcard's hunters entered the clearing, catching up. They exulted, charged forward, screaming that they had found her. They stopped at the side of their leader, who made 4 precise steps around Glimmerlight, keeping his eyes on her. Those 4 steps were enough to put him between her and them. "Bring the villagers to the wagons. Unharmed and untouched. They will go to the city." Glimmerlight kept watching the massive pony, twisting her head. Before she saw one of those dinner plate-sized hooves reach out. Before everything fell away into the void. "You. The bleak darkness of Philadelphia's underground felt all too small to wake up to. With my eyes struggling to adjust, I felt around for Glimmerlight, finding her stirring body as she too got up. I expected to have to perhaps hug into her or find her upset. Yet as I blinked my eyes and got a clearer view, I only saw her move away and stand up away from my reaching hooves. Glimmerlight wasn't showing much on her face. She simply looked up and around her, before I realized she was taking in the world as a whole down here. Probably thinking about the city above us. Her eyes were wet, but not crying. I'd never seen her look so stoic and yet emotion all at once. "He wanted out." Her voice was quiet. Soft but tinged with a solemn note, yet it built. I felt her frustration and rage bubbling below the surface of my normally cheery sister. He was trapped and wanted to be free, Murky. Wildcard had him murdered for petty raider advancement, chased him toward our village and butchering it. He killed a pony trying to be better, he killed Madame Beau. He was the one. He is the one who did this. Fucking Wildcard. If I get a chance to pull the trigger on that psychotic's head, I swear, I'll avenge them all. I began to trot over to her, before stopping as she turned directly to me. Her growing anger stopped, as she sighed and kept calm. I was to blame, yes. Yet now I know that I did the right thing, helping some epiphany find the same thing we're trying to do now. Escape. The blood of the village lies on Wildcard's hooves. He is the one who needs brought to terms now for Creaky Hollow to rest easy. Rough Diamond. I'm sorry I forgot that you were a good pony at the end. Thank you for what you did for me. Sis. Her hoof patted my shoulder, before absent-mindedly ruffling my mane without really looking at me. Thanks, Murky. That's the last orb I'll need to see. The last sight to the truth. It isn't what I thought, for better or worse. But I did what I promised, even if it hurt. She paused at the doorway. I just need some time to think now. I should get back to work. And plan what I'm going to say to Coral. And on how I'm going to end that multicolored bastard if he comes for us again. If I can help. I bit my lip, sitting down on the blankets again. Glimmerlight looked at me for a few seconds before nodding. As she left I saw the real feeling inside from how she moved and felt. Not a tragedy, nor a relief. Nothing but a bittersweet victory. Philadelphia was unusually quiet. We had moved out with a shift change, using the period of activity to leave the sewers and start moving toward the Alpha Omega Hotel. Yet after getting past the industrial sectors was done, the air seemed to deaden to the point even my ears heard only distant noises. We weren't too close to the factories now, yet even these outlying areas approaching the fun farm usually had processions, riotous slaver activity and construction going on. It occurred to me that any pony not essential had been transferred to the more distant arms factories or to preparing the war. The city was not silent, but felt more like it was holding its breath. Coral, Unity and myself had moved through the same ruined buildings we'd once used to get Lilac to the hotel safely. I knew the route, knew the hiding places and after a little observation had seen only a few slavers in the area. Most were clustered around fire barrels inside the husks of slave pen huts, speaking in hushed whispers. A couple moved between the buildings, heading to or from their daily tasks. Some had slaves in tow carrying their possessions, while others slept as best they could. Most slaves picked at the meager slop they had been fed, an all too familiar taste coming to my mouth at the rank food I'd had to eat all these months. If not all my life. There was a curious lack of griffins in the sky, likely they were all flying further out from the city on patrol. Despite that, we had to take cover inside one of the smaller and unused hotels as a pinky balloon's bloated mass lurched overhead. I could hear the soft burn of its flame igniting to gain height before it drifted away toward the army camps. I think I prefer this to last time. Coral peered around the edge of a blown-out window, looking toward the lit windows of the Alpha Omega Hotel. Squeezing in beside her, I mentally charted out the route we could take. Some organized piles of cleared-up rubble would make good cover until we reached the next of the hotel buildings. They hadn't survived as well as the Alpha Omega. But they had enough structure left for hiding, and this must have been some old holiday street near to the fun farm. Your next one was the same. I had ziplined Lilac from last time. If push came to shove, I knew I had to reach the hotel with my saddle from there. Carefully, the three of us edged from cover to cover. I would go first, followed by Unity and then Coral afterwards. The slavers weren't really paying any attention at all, so I hurried it up. The faster we got there, the less chance we had of another group coming back and blocking us off. The hotel we'd chosen to overlook our target was empty and half collapsed, made up of 3 floors. After checking each of the rooms, we finally settled on the ground floor nearest the perimeter fence, inside what used to be a common room. We blocked off every door, set up a few hiding places with blankets, and checked our escape routes. We'd have to stay here until we next saw Starshine come out to check her secret hole. That could be hours for all we knew. If not an entire day. The group back at the sewer knew to give us a time, so we didn't leave anything to chance. This had to be our little hidey hole under the nose of the most important building in the city. Which made me wonder why I didn't see anywhere close to the amount of guards I had last time. Stern really was pulling them off for defense duty, it seemed. Inside the fence was empty as always, but there had been far more slavers last time patrolling the outside. Or was that just because Shackles had set that trap for us before that I'd seen more? After Coral composed the note and I had sneakily placed it under the fence where Starshine knew to check, we settled down in the uncomfortable ruin to watch and wait. We took turns being the one to keep an eye on the Alpha Omega Hotel itself. The other 2 would stay out of sight and rest or eat as they needed to. Coral Eve and I would sew together, with her teaching me how to do more than just a basic stitch for practicality on one of the blankets. On their turns I could hear Unity asking about Coral's son, quietly chuckling at the stories. Glancing over my shoulder, I could see Unity idly carving a broken chair leg into the figure of a pony. Chirpy sum. When it came to my turn to rest with Unity, we looked through my journal. All of it. This is, how I first saw Coral Eve. Sick in a hospital bed. She can't take proper rad away, you see. Unity nodded, turning the page. Brimstone and your sister? She looks sick too. Why yeah, she was in the same condition when I found her. Brimstone was watching over her, I think she was the one that made him. You know, be better. Recent sights made me question if the big Raider's transformation hadn't begun earlier. Somehow, I doubted he'd like to be asked about it. We didn't really go in any order. Sometimes we'd flick forward to recent things for a bit of casual conversation about them. Other times we'd dare to delve into the ones from times neither of us would remember. Doing so, I found images I never knew I'd drawn. Only having her there let me find the courage to look at drawings I'd long been terrified of seeing. Some were shockingly unskilled compared to my work now, but I could see my talents work in them. The same style. The same hidden emotions and imagery that only I could truly spot for myself. The truth was anything but dreary though, if a little melancholy. As Unity lifted a page in her magic to find one of herself, sitting lonely away from the other slaves. She paused to look more carefully, speaking quietly. That's me. I mean, that is me. Away from the crowd, trying to just pretend I was somewhere else. Think this was how you found me, like those other pictures. How do you know you didn't find me? I countered, you did the second time when I'd fallen. And the third time. And the fourth. Gee, come to think of it, she'd had to drag me out of a lot of trouble. Unity shrugged, looking up at the ceiling and crashing her wavy mane from her eyes. That was different. I've helped ponies in here before, stood up for a couple, but I felt this urge to rush in and help you that time. Like I didn't even think about it. I never even thought about it. Now I know why that was, I knew you. She smiled, a touch of that pure innocence in her eyes. It's quite beautiful when you think about it. Friendship found a way through all the adversity of a world trying to make us forget each other. Why yeah. I might have blushed a little, I just didn't know what to say. Unity was poetic and flowing when she got like that in a way I'd never be. It always left me so dumbfounded on what to say back. Now, what's this? She flicked all the way forward to more recent images. Wait. I reached forward, trying to get my hoof in before her magic. The page turned to the mare from the Romarin on my birthday who'd asked me to draw her in a somewhat sultry fashion. I tried to turn the page, but Unity's magic lightly tugged back. AWW, Kman. Let me see. She laughed, nudging my shoulder. Felt like drawing more of that stuff, huh? She asked me. She really did. I felt my voice go squeaky. This was the truth. See Coral. You were there. Tell her. Coral Eve turned her head slightly from the window and grinned. Sorry, my dear. I'd already left by then. What raucous things the rest of you got up to aren't my concern. Groaning, I felt my wings and ears both slump down at the incessant giggling beside me now as Unity began to flick through more. From places to friends to battle saddles. Old images of the two of us together for comfort to new pictures of what I believed my mother looked like, drawings of the wasteland areas I remembered, of broken chains, mares and flying. We shared the journey. Quietly, we laughed together, confided in feelings of the more depressing imageries and even once leaned against one another in a fashion similar to that of the old pictures when a majestic sketch of Aurora Star in her prime was turned to. I'd done that one mere hours before. With little stars of black charcoal twinkling around her. We went right back to the start, many pages had us individually. Then laughing, alone or together. I saw Mr. Peace in one of them, looming over a tiny pony that was too smudged to make our eyes either of us. Yet one image hadn't come up yet. The most important one of them all. After seeing all this, spending this time with a renewed friendship, I couldn't ignore it any longer. I, politely, pulled the journal from her magic and started flicking through pages rapidly till I found it. One she'd seen recently too. My ongoing greatest work. My friends. Murky? After all this. How can I not? You're one of us, you always were. I looked up and smiled at her, seeing a little blush on her cheeks. Then I set to work. There had been a space on the left of me ever since I drew it. Had that been subconsciously deliberate? Everything else had been to my right. Glimmer then caduceus, chirpy in front of them, his mother's hoof on his back. Behind them loomed Brimstone. Yet to my left. Empty space. It was time to set that right. I pulled the charcoal from my pocket and leaned down. So softly, I let a thin edge weave and drift. Nothing heavy, not like Coral's strong and defined lines or Glimmer's wild and curvy arcs of charcoal. These touches were wispy, short and light. Never letting the charcoal touch the paper for more than a second, every line curving into the next. Gradually, they built up, forming a smooth contour. This wasn't drawing. It didn't feel like it. This was a shape I knew well. One I'd done since the moment I'd come to this city and been helped back on my hooves during my very first shift. The nib drifted and twisted back, refining the outlines of a pony. Adjusting the leg shape, pulling it inward. Scaling it all down to just slightly taller than myself. Rapid bursts of sketching for wavy lines around the head. Hundreds of individual touches for every strand getting thinner and thinner toward the edges as a mane was crafted around two large and bright eyes. Then, finally, I allowed the lines to draw. Following the masses of guidelines that formed the exact shape I wanted, that of quiet grace using fragile-looking thin lines. No. Not fragile. Gentle. There, beside me, I drew Unity. Finishing with her eyes and that soft smile to bring her to life on the paper with the rest of us. Just to my left, close enough for best friends. Close enough to make up for lost time. Shivering a little, I drew back off the page. The entire thing had felt so natural. No mantra, no thought. Just a smooth memory on paper. Unity took the drawing in her magic, smiling as she glanced at it. I'm still struggling to get over all this, what we are. I think I need some time before we really go over it all, but seeing this helps a lot. Knowing you consider me enough of a friend regardless of what's happened to put me on here with the others. Thank you. She'd asked me to draw her when I got out, to not forget. We weren't out yet. But this was that one. Through a lot of time, pain and strife from that moment in the fun farm to now, I'd kept my promise. For a brief moment, I just looked over at her, watching some epiphany enjoy my work. Her eyes glances sidewards, seeing me looking. Across from us, I could see Coral Eve turn and briefly pause as she looked at us. However, she took a breath and nodded towards the hotel. I think you two better come take a look at this. I don't see anything. My eyes scanned around the hotel's grounds, fence and wall. There was no movement, no pony hiding that I could hear, and all the lights were on inside as usual. The hotel's thick walls and carved granite pillars that had seen it through the balefire surrounded still windows with no motion behind them. Coral, what is it? There's nothing there, Unity whispered as she peered out the window to either side. Coral Eve nodded. That's exactly it. There's nothing. We've been watching this for hours now and there's not been a single patrol. We've not heard a single foal shout, nor seen a single movement in those lit windows at any time. It's like the hotel is dead. That was a point. Now that I thought about it, last time I had been here I'd smelled the warm food from the kitchens. Yet there was nothing but the burning stench of Philadelphia meeting my nostrils, giving rise to a Philly-pitched sneeze as I took too hard a sniff. It wasn't hard to see the growing concern and frustration on Coral's face. Her son and a foal she'd promised to adopt as her own were supposedly in there, but now it seemed utterly empty. Even the kitchen's ventilation pipes gave off no steam into the warm air, not even a wavy bit of heat. Something was wrong, something was deeply wrong. I could taste it in the air. Do we wait? Unity asked it to both of us, but her eyes were on the hotel's windows. We've not given it the whole time yet. If something is wrong in there then waiting might put us further behind it. Coral rubbed her chin. Squinting, I peered at the little depression in the earth that marked where Starshine had squeezed through on her escape long ago. Our note sat hidden in it, a hole just big enough for a foal or some epiphany only a little bigger than a foal to squeeze through. Oh, why did this always have to happen? It never ended perfectly. I'll go take a look. Alone. The other two looked back at me. More than one is too easy to spot. That place doesn't have a lot of shadowy areas. I'll just poke my head in. See if any pony is inside, maybe they're all just clustered in one room to be safe. If I see the foals I can bring them out too. I'll be real quiet. Coral and Unity shared a look. I could see the concern about this idea on both their faces, but after a moment they nodded. Don't take risks. You don't want to be messing about with the Alpha Omega, dear. Coral set a hoof on my shoulder to talk seriously. Red, I won't let any pony go who trespasses. I won't be long. I got to look inside it before with Protégé, I know my way in it. I can always glide off from the roof, right? My smile brought something of a small grin to Unity's face, yet I could tell she was serious. Maybe you can try actually landing this time. Be careful. I collected my things, mostly just my saddle, grapple and Rarity's Grace. The pip buck was tied to my hoof and my goggles set on my forehead. After a brief glance to the surrounding area, I crept out through the window and crawled my way to the fence and Starshine's hole, feverishly trying to remind myself why I had decided to do this. The servants' door was, much to my relief, open. Trotting my way across the inside of the perimeter fence had sent every hair on the back of my neck upright with worry. If any pony saw me there wouldn't even be a shouted warning. I was in truly forbidden territory now, more than ever before. I was treading upon Red Eye's core values by being here as a slave, and I'd heard of the punishments that had awaited those who had trespassed before. Trying to ensure the old oak door didn't squeak on its hinges, I opened it slowly and only just enough to could squeeze inside through the gap. Within it lay a tiny staff room with a time stamper on the wall for employees starting their day and a line of hooks bearing identical green jackets. Past them was a set of dark stairs leading upwards into the building. Cautiously, I trotted in and reached out to the door, pulling it behind me. Through the gap I saw Unity and Coral watching me, before I shut it entirely. The clicks sounded deafening, but I couldn't leave any trace to follow me by. The stairwell was made of roughly hewn wood, clearly not an area for guests to see if they allowed such base construction. It was just for the use of servants entering at the start of their workday, it seemed. Squinting in the suddenly darkness, I took my time on the steps and tested each one with a hoof first. A few squeaked, leading me to do awkward stretched and half-hops to bypass them. I'd learned that trick long ago on the rock farm when I'd had to steal food. My master there had deliberately kept a few loose. Thankfully there was no guard dog here listening for it as there had been then. At least, I hope not. The stairs curved round an exceptionally tight corner, even for me. The edges of my saddle scraped and rubbed at the warped walls, rising a thin smell of old polish. Goddesses knew how normal ponies were supposed to do this for getting to work. Mercifully, I could see a crack of light beneath the door at the top. Sitting and listening, I could hear absolutely nothing beyond. No voices and no hooves. Certainly no young ponies. A swell of nervousness began to settle in. Something felt very wrong in here. Strangely, the door's pull handle was in the center of the door, not to one side. Why would you do that? Some sort of equality for left-hoofed ponies? Regardless, I felt it swing the normal way as I cracked it open just a smidgen and pressed my face to the gap. Pressing my head against the door, I poked a knife through and squinted hard at the flare of light. Bright powered lamps and hanging glass gym lights glared at full power to illuminate the entire lavish hallway that lay outside. I could see the familiar design of carved wall rims and the thick patterned carpet that I'd felt beneath my hooves last time. Tables with plastic flowers sat at intervals near stained glass pane doors. A set of interior windows were further down, looking in on some unknown room. I couldn't tell at this angle, but I could remember the dining room or canteen had those types of windows. Beside them there was some sort of black mess on the floor, scattered and spread around. More to the point, it was completely deserted. The worrying emptiness in my gut began to clench harder. I had to go in further. I had to know. My teeth clenched, I pressed open the door and poked my head through properly. Looking down the other direction I still saw nothing, only the hazy windows to the outside world, not clear but smoky to block out the horrors just outside the building. Gulping, I stepped more fully out and closed the door behind me. I didn't even have a shadow, the light was so complete on all sides, leaving me feeling terribly exposed. Hooves closed together, I meekly ambled my way along the hallway toward the interior windows. I passed familiar doors to the old guest rooms that I now knew were used for the foals' bedrooms. Each had drawings and, unreadable to me, nameplates with crayon or stenciled letters on the outside, but none of them had any sounds of occupants inside. Daring to peek in, I saw bunk beds with untidy blankets and covers on them. Some had fallen off entirely across the lines of soft toys and train sets that sat on the floor. The second was much the same. Yet I could see in every single one of them the covers to their beds were thrown off onto the floor. The third had a bunk bed entirely knocked over onto the floor and a smashed hoof mirror. This wasn't just untidy nature, it was too chaotic. Something had happened here for sure. Backing out the foals' room I went back to the main hallway and cantered further down at a faster rate. The temptation to run out, to tell them and look for new information was clawing at me, dragging me back to the door, but I had to know. If something had gone wrong in the internal struggles to involve the foals. Oh Celestia, protect their little hearts. The silence was, in its own way, deafening. I had hypersensitive hearing. Protégé had taught me the term. And even I couldn't hear anything in here. My own almost silent steps clipped much more loudly than I would expect in such a lush and soft carpet below them out of a lack of anything else to hear. I kept worrying Sir Epiphany would pick them up with how out of place my presence seemed. Every few steps, I would spin and look over my shoulder with a gasp, but see nothing other than the length of hotel hallway I'd just walked down. I hadn't gone far, just 10 feet from the door I'd come in, yet every moment I expected Sir Epiphany to wander out into the corridor. I came to the mess on the floor, that as I got closer I found to be one of the false plants that had tumbled. No. Been shattered across the floor. Its pot had been smashed, dropping fake chunks of plastic soil everywhere. It lay just across from the interior windows looking in on what I now saw was the dining hall. One of the windows was smashed. A cold fear started to overtake my body. I felt my muscles start to gear up to bolt off. The glass lay near my hooves, invisible with how clear it had been till I got closer. Following it, I saw it led towards the plant, where a bullet hole had been made in the wooden wall behind the jar. Something had shot from inside the windows out here. Below me, I could see the soil was trailing in hoofprints away from where I'd come from. Sir Epiphany running from a gun. I hopped up to the broken window and looked inside. Yes, this was the dining room, only looking from the opposite side as when I'd visited last time. I could see the door I'd been standing drooling behind at the sights and smells of this place on the far side. Inside there were lines of white wooden tables near to several knocked-over stools and cushions scattered everywhere. Meals lay half-eaten, some spilled on the floor. Pottery had smashed and I could see some fabric sacks scattered around that were quite out of place in here. I knew them. They were mass-produced here for the slavers. Gunfire, some sort of mass panic. The bedrooms having been ransacked made horrible sense now. Someone or something had gotten inside the Alpha Omega before we had. Oh sweet goddesses, let the foals be okay, they had to be hiding silently somewhere, right? Foals weren't dumb. They'd be okay. They would be. Philadelphia couldn't be that cruel. Carefully, I pulled myself up and through the window into the canteen. Small tinkles of broken glass knocked away by my hard hooves made me twitch and stare around, but no other noise followed. Alone in this most precious of Red Eye's buildings was driving my wits to the breaking point. My eyes hurt and I had to blink as I realized they'd been going dry from staying fixed open so long. My heart thudded and the tainted lungs spasmed with my faster breathing until I gulped greedily at my rad away to prevent a coughing fit in here. There was very little glass on this side, the gunshot had gone outward. I trotted between the benches and poked my head into the kitchen. Among the clearly newly made appliances and cookers lay massive pots of stone-cold soup and stew. Poking my hoof in and tasting it revealed a clammy taste of something that had been sitting unattended. Instead, I decided to go back outside and... The moment I wandered back into the canteen proper, I saw a shadow at the doorway. It moved quickly, yanking the door open with a flare of magic on the handle. I dove back in the kitchen, my hooves skittering on the slippery clean tiles as I yanked open the first cupboard I saw and pushed myself inside it, trying not to make too much noise on the pots and pans I was squeezed in around. Why was I doing this? It had seen me. Why else would it move quickly? Sir Epiphany galloped across the canteen, coming this way. I heard their hooves on the tiles. Heard a couple of cupboards opened. What choice did I have anyway? There was nowhere to properly hide quickly in this bright place. Instead, I got myself ready. The moment they opened it, I'd rush into them and make a break for it. The cupboard next to me opened. I heard them trotting closer. I braced myself. It's all right. No one's going to hurt you, little one. Come out. It's just me. I just want to know what happened here. Are you okay? As the cupboard opened, I didn't move. The concerned voice had struck me by surprise as I pretty much just fell out the hiding spot instead and looked upward into it, him upside down with a forced "I'm innocent" smile on my face as the clatter of pottery tumbled out around me and over his hooves. Merc? Protégé blurted. He half shoved and half helped me onto one of the benches outside, keeping me ahead of him, and pushed me along with his magic. "I'm going to give you 5 seconds to tell me exactly why you're—" "Never mind. I know why you're here, and it ends this instant. You will not drag these foals into the insanity you seek. What have you done?" I waved my hooves frantically, leaning back as he leaned over me. "This wasn't us. I just found all this." "Why are you here then? What's going on?" I didn't much feel like getting into the same argument all over again. "There's bullet holes and it's all empty and torn up." Protege stopped on the spot, trotting away from me briefly. He wore one of his scholar shirts and had his mane tied in a ponytail again, but nothing else. I received a note from an anonymous source. Some epiphany who had seen Shackles' plans for themselves, possibly list seeker. They spoke of something about to happen at the Alpha Omega Hotel. I came to see what it was, to warn them. Only to find this. He waved his hoof around. I could see the anger in his eyes as he began to trot to the other side and investigate the way I'd come from. No, they'll just be hiding downstairs, or I started. "I've been there. I can't find any of them, they're just gone. I don't even know what happened to the guards and teachers. The foals all know to get quickly to one side of the building and try to lock themselves in, though. I was on my way there now, there's still hope." "But what was that you said? You saw bullet holes?" "Why, yes." I hopped off the seat, pointing over to it and guiding Protege to look through the window. "Don't get out of my sight, Murk. I will chase you if you try. Regardless of our feelings right now and going separate paths, I might need your help if the worst has happened. I just hope that we shan't come to oppose one another this time if we find them." I coughed. "You mean, less shooting each other?" "Hopefully so." "Hopefully?" Ignoring my pouted exclamation, he spent some time examining the impact, looking at where it must have been fired from. After a few moments, his magic lit and lifted several objects from the other side of the room. Brass casings. 6 of them. Magnum rounds. 6 of them in one spot. This was a revolver reloading here. He froze for a moment, his eyes shooting open with fear. "Protege? Protege, what is it?" "There's no reason to fire weapons in the dining room, there's only one hole, so 5 shots from this weren't done in here. That means there was other shots elsewhere." A look of horror shot across his face. "This wasn't just a raid. This was a shooting." "Oh no." Protege took off toward the door, dropping the rounds as he went in a frantic rush that dropped all dignity in his haste. "Protege! Protege!" I galloped after him as he rounded out into the same hallway we'd once visited before, near the main stairs. He turned left, running down the other side of windows, toward the classrooms. "Where are you going?" I screamed after him. "The place they go. The place of safety. It's a sealed room. They have to be there. They have to be." Struggling to keep up, I galloped through the empty corridors. On the wall, there was a streak of blood that had smeared for a good 10 meters before disappearing inside a door. Protege stopped briefly, opening the door to reveal a young teacher, not much older than him. His skull had been shattered open across the far wall, a dripping star of red fluid staining the polished wood behind a shocked-looking and pale face. There had been killings in this place of foals. We couldn't stop. I felt the same drive, the same panic rising. I didn't want to think about what we might find where we were going. They had to be there. They had to be safe. More bullet holes, more broken windows, and a door that had been bucked clean off its hinges into a foal's bedroom stood out along this area. Protege uttered a denial before he turned and barged through the main oaken double door to the classroom itself. To be met with the sight of a massacre. Guards and teachers lay together. Massive exit wounds had gouted and poured dark blood across the lush carpet. One mare lay beneath her desk, huddled up with a rigid scream of terror still on her face as she clutched her stomach. Another had fallen with her hoof still stuck in the far door's latch. Two stallions clung to one another in the corner, riddled with holes. The blackboard was streaked in red, impacts having shattered its brittle surface. A dozen ponies in all, cut down without mercy. None had any weapons on them. This hadn't been a scene of a firefight, it was the scene of an execution. Protégé and I stood at the verge of it, horrified. The smell gushed from the room, filling my nostrils with the sickly odor of death, enough to make me feel lightheaded. My whole body shook and my stomach turned. I had to turn and leave to throw up on the carpet outside, gagging as the foul taste stirred my throat into a heavy racking cough. Behind me I could hear Protégé try to find words, but only producing a pained moan as he staggered forward. Spitting acidic bile, I tried to move in again, and saw the broken desks and exploded cushions of the foals area. Murk. This is. I. Protégé clutched a hoof to his mouth as he moved through the room, looking through the back. As he pushed the doors open, it gave sight to the missing ponies from elsewhere. The cook, two of the guards and a doctor had been cut down in the playroom. A place of joy, turned into a carnal pit. They had all retreated here to get away. The guards lay unarmed. The only weapon I could see was beside me. A scoped Magnum revolver lay empty, its drum poking out to the side in a sticky pool of cold gore. 6 shiny brass casings lay around it. I knew that revolver by sight. He turned back to me, somewhere between desperation and horror as he saw the revolver held gently in my hooves. That's mine. Protégé uttered, that means it was him. Shackles took my weapon. How? Why I. He opened his mouth and screamed upwards, clawing at his mane with his hooves as he turned this way and that, uprooting desks and pulling aside curtains to reveal the hiding ponies who had bled out in pain here. He checked their threads and eyes, trying in vain to find a survivor amongst the workers. There was none. I was gasping, trying not to hyperventilate as it sunk into me as well. I'd never hated the non-Slav workers in Philadelphia. Many of them weren't bad ponies. To see them cut down, the fear frozen on their cold faces. They had only taught foals, not whipped us. Yet now the innocence that had still resided in here had been shattered by Philadelphia's most brutal slaver. Why? Why would they attack here? Protégé outright screamed ahead of me, throwing over a desk in anger, even as his cheeks were wet with tears. Yet he kept moving toward the back of the playroom, toward 2 huge doors sealed with massive handles. Gunshots had struck at its locks, but failed to penetrate them. Why? Protégé repeated over and over again, how could this happen? There are guards. Where were they all? Please all be in here safe, don't. Please don't. They couldn't have been. My ears twitched. I heard movement. Close movement, from someone who must have been unmoving to avoid detection, before the reinforced double doors of the foals' panic room slammed open as a heavy stomping and a rattle of metal broke into the area. There were no foals in the only one massive earth pony stallion. Couldn't have been in my service? As ever, you are a naive fool, upstart. Chain-link Shackles stood before both of us, armed with his blunt-nosed shotgun hanging around his neck. His beady eyes twitched toward me, a slow grin spreading across his mangy face, before he surged forward and struck Protégé harshly, sending him hurtling back into me. Gagging in pain as his weight crashed into my chest and crumpled me to the ground, I found myself staring upward at the hanging lights. With a little luck on the side too. Welcome back to me, number 7. I couldn't help a whine of fear as I started trying to squeeze out and get toward the door. He was right here, right before me, but had a gun. I couldn't flee. You won't find Philadelphia standing for this, Shackles. Protégé hissed toward the massive slaver, pulling himself off me, the foals are sacred to this place. You have attacked our very core. You've become its savior, traitor. Shackles cut him off with another savage back-hoofed slap, moving forward till he was looming over me instead. His hooves squelched through the blood-soaked carpet under his bulk. Protégé fell again, face down but turning as he pushed himself up to his knees. Savior? You are no such thing. You saved the foals. Got them out of the building where a slaver had continued his rebellion by trying to assassinate the next generation of ponies. The same one who tried to kill a higher rank multiple times on a mountain excursion. That would be you. His hoof pointed toward me, still holding Prodege's revolver. Your weapon, slave. Manufactured in this city, identifiable as yours. Ballistics will match the rounds, we are a weapons industry after all, we have the experts. Dozens of slavers saw you on the peak in your sabotage attempt. You were seen with the escaped slaves at the Ministry of Arcane Science. This revolver was stolen back during your ambush. No, it wasn't. I shouted out, trying not to sound too squeaky, but I balked the moment Shackles glared over at me, killing my protest on the spot with his presence. Within just 5 feet, he was a towering monstrosity of filth and power. I couldn't move. Not from this close. This held by his stare. Stolen back. And used to commit an atrocity in here. Thankfully. I was here to stop you with my slavers moving the foals somewhere safer and secret till we have ended this war and rooted out the traitors like you. His deception laid bare, there was a moment of quiet for him to drink in the look of shock on Prodege's face. The unicorn looked over to me, his eyes focused on the revolver, then around to the ponies cut down by his weapon. I felt sick again. The foals. The foals had been taken by chain-link Shackles. No. No. That couldn't be true. Every horror I'd been through, every fear I felt when I saw him moving that hoof closer to me, every memory of the whips, the collar, the mental torture and humiliation. Imagining that onto every one of the foals under him. No. Where are they, Shackles? Protege shouted up at our attacker, before hissing more quietly. I see it now, you sent the note. Not so clever now, are you, eh? You expect I'll say? Shackles chuckled, keeping his shotgun ready as he almost lovingly stroked a hoof around Protege's jawline. What you going to think when they trial you? Punish you? Maybe you'll get to be mine again, eh? Protege was seething with anger, his teeth visible and clenched. This will never pass. I've done nothing but help the foals. That thick, dirty laugh rumbled out from my old master. His hoof moved up, patting Protege's face, drawing both of us together. My hooves felt rooted down. Every instinct said run, but every bit of sense knew he would happily gun me down. He'd once talked about that shotgun being loaded with something he called Pegorsi shot, to not kill. To stop his slaves escaping by ravaging them with tiny pellets. And yet who'll believe you now? His hoof drew back, grabbing a collar that hung on a chain around his neck. Lunging forward with a laugh, he sent it dropping down toward Protege's neck. Now both of you get to come with me. Your friends will come to try and get you, number 7. Only they won't be able to. You'll get to watch me break their pride one by one through you. It'll be a fitting way to punish you for defying me. Yet first. The collar crept closer to Protege. I have an old slave to reclaim. It stopped in midair, surrounded by a red magic field. Protege looked up, tears welling in his eyes as his horn strained and glowed brightly. He shoved me to the side, making me stumble away over a chair. Tumbling, I looked back up to see Protege staring down the gigantic earth pony from below, the collar held tight in telekinesis. I'm not coming with you. I escaped you before. Shackles growled, his hoof raising. You insolent worm. Remember your place. The hoof descended, yet Protege didn't let it land. You will not own me again. The collar surged upward and struck Shackles across the face in a harsh blow, making the massive earth pony stumble and stagger off to the side. Roaring his anger, Shackles threw a hoof in a backward motion, lashing out at Protege only to miss as the small pony ducked below it, turned and bucked Shackles in the throat. For a moment, I found myself spellbound as I heard Shackles gag and retch. The second swipe from him, however, came powering through like a freight train, as Shackles thundered into Protege's skull with a left hoofed swing even as he choked on the strike to his throat. The young pony was sent flying off his hooves, tumbling through the air to crash through a foal's desk with a cry of pain. I saw the shotgun swing up. "Protege! Watch out!" The words tumbled from my mouth. My hoof twitched, sending the mouthpiece of my saddle snapping out before I bit on it 3 times. Each time sending a shot from Rarity's Grace across the room into the unmissable target of chain-link Shackles. They didn't even slow him down as the tiny rounds buried into his skin. One even deflected from a buckle. He didn't even lose his grin as he began to turn his head and trot toward me, a second collar trailing on the ground behind him that dropped from a hook on his torso. 2 thin trails of blood went down his side from my shots. He wasn't even affected, the tiny rounds meant nothing to his size. "Attacking your master, number 7. Such gall and insolence, come here." Screaming as he picked up the pace, I ran to one side to avoid his bulky charge before diving away from a huge hoof reaching for me. Terror surged through my veins. Chain-link Shackles was trying to attack me. Memories of him lashing my back and crashing me below his hoof repeated over and over in my head. He was trying to hurt me again. Scrambling, I crawled forward, trying to get up. I felt the huge dinner plate-sized hooves grab at me. "Where are the foals, Shackles? Stern will never allow anything to happen to them." Behind me, the shotgun around Shackles' neck twisted in a red magic field, trying to aim upwards at himself. Protege charged from the side of my vision, lowering his horn as he attempted to impale the slaver's neck, only to be smashed aside by a shoulder. Protege landed hard, rolling away from Shackles' brutal stamp on the ground. "Oh, they're quite safe, slave." Another missed stamp. Ready to become the new generation as I intend. We were fighting. I was fighting chain-link Shackles. The thought just wouldn't leave me, yet I couldn't leave Protege to it alone. He wanted to take the foals. He wanted to use the memory on them. He was going to make a whole generation of ponies like I had been. The thought. It just made me so angry. Changing trigger, I steeled myself and fired from the floor, sending the grapple hook out to grab the shotgun and keep it from aiming at my comrade. Pulling on it dragged its muzzle away before it fired. The loud retort sent a shooting pain through my head in the enclosed room as I heard it smash a window somewhere off to the side. Suddenly I was being dragged, pulled on the wire toward Shackles as his hooves wound around it. "Merc!" Protege shouted from behind the slaver, hurling a chair at his head. It impacted hard across Shackles' jawline and staggered him. Protege's magic tore the shotgun from around Shackles' neck in the brief space he got. He tried to take it for himself, but it flew toward me as my grapple hook retracted, bouncing and rolling away into the next room. "You little worm. You think you can hurt me? You are no slaver. You never were." Undeterred by the attacks, Shackles turned and hurled the chair back at Protege using that unreal strength, impacting on the unicorn's side and sending him falling into a corner. He lay still. Fear was settling in hard. Protege was down, I was alone with Shackles. Putting aside the sickening feeling of the slick red stains below me, I attempted to get away, slipping and pulling myself as best I could. I could hear the stomping behind me. All alone once more. He sung it, no doubt grinning at his sing-song tone that dripped with sick delight. Whining, I limped faster before an almost casual strike knocked me on my side. All alone where he belongs. I tried to get up, before a hoof landed on my chest hard. "Oh no, you do not slide away, number 7. I wriggled, before he leaned. Some of his huge weight crushed down, as I felt my ribs flare in agony, felt them shift. I screamed, batting his leg with my tiny hooves. "Isn't this familiar, little slave? Disobedience means punishment. You think you've been heroic and brave, staying away and accomplishing things. Do you really think you'll escape?" He pressed down, as I threw my head back, unable to stop a squeal of pain coming forth. "No. IAARRGGHH. You think you've been special, number 7. Just because you merely glided for a while, so I hear. Because you have friends? Because you've not been in chains for a few days? His face leaned down, yellow teeth and sweaty mane dropping to fill my vision. I tried to block it away with my front hooves. You think that puts you closer to escaping? Well, let me tell you something, number 7. His face crept in uncomfortably close while his hoof kept me pinned. His lips slid in beside my ear, within an inch. His smell was overpowering, it made me want to gag. I was covered by his hoof, his mane. Trapped in such closeness to the foul slaver as he whispered. You're no record holder, others got closer. Much closer to escape than you have. One even got 70 miles away from Philadelphia in the old days before the war. Got married. Had a kid, all just before I caught up to him. He lived 10 months thinking he was free. I dragged him from his bed right in front of his family, dragged him screaming all the way home where he lived another 18 years in my service. You see, there's nothing special about you, number 7. Nothing I haven't seen a dozen times before. He got so far for nothing. And you're still here with me. I cried out as his last words screamed into my ear, dizzying me. The weight on my chest disappeared, before I rolled on my side and held my sore ears and head. Yelping as I felt his hoof bang me onto my back, the terrifying feeling of one of my wings being dragged out from my body and spread onto the floor set me wriggling madly. No. Of all things, my wings. These made you think you were something more? A false belief. Perhaps you need to be reminded. Broken back in the way you first were. One of his back hooves landed on my back, crashing me to the floor. One of his front hooves pulled my wing right out. I screamed. Glancing over my back, I saw his other hoof lift up. Ready to stamp. A whole host of horrible feelings from the past raced through me. I could feel the cold floor like an anvil, see the same fury in his eyes. The same intent. I couldn't help it, I begged. I wailed for him to stop, but that hoof only stopped rising and surged down like a hammer. Protege's voice screamed as he launched onto Shackles' neck. Gripping around him, forcing the slaver away from me by the momentum of his charge. I saw him drive his horn into Shackles' side, hurling a solid metal typewriter into the slaver's face with magic. The slaver roared, tossing the smaller pony around as he tried to get him off. Protege was fighting back. I couldn't just leave him. I could fight Shackles. Struggling to get the breath, I stood up, grabbed a chair leg in my mouth and rushed in to smack it across the slaver's face. He'd wanted to break my wings. The wings I'd only just learned to love. The impact hurt my teeth as the wood snapped on contact. I turned and tried to buck at him instead as Protege kept him distracted, but even connecting with the attack sent me bouncing off him. I wasn't anywhere close to being strong enough to hurt him like that. He threw me to the ground with a simple barge of his body and twisted enough to drag Protege off him, roaring at me the whole time. I had to ignore the words, ignore the orders. I knew what freedom was, I couldn't look back now. I knew he was big, but in the context of having him actually furious and throwing his weight at me, Shackles was massive. Every swing of a hoof sent me scurrying away. His furious eyes promised retribution and punishment for every second I defied him as I dodged and ran away from his chase around the room, hopping over a table and diving under the next one to stay away from that huge weight. Protege was all that kept me going, as he tried to use his magic to hurl items and attack the slaver alongside me. Having an ally, so epiphany brave enough to fight this monster was what I needed to find the courage to keep doing this. My grapple hook would hit him in the face every time I got some room. Protege ducked and weaved, throwing himself away from those haymaker-like sweeps of Shackles' hooves. My hook cracked off Shackles' temple, drawing blood from the impact and giving Protege the space to get out of the corner Shackles had backed him into, sending a whole filing cabinet collapsing onto the huge pony. The heavy item knocked the slaver's pack on the floor as it snapped the leather buckle and sent its contents scattering on the floor. I saw the magnum rounds he had used with Protege's revolver scatter everywhere as he shook his head. The hit had dizzied him. There was my chance. Grabbing a shard of sharp metal from a broken school desk, I galloped forward and hurled myself off a desk to try and land atop him. I'd stabbed down and his rear hoof came up and bucked. I passed out from the impact for a good few seconds. Knocked cleanly unconscious as pain fled through my head into the black void as I felt myself tumble with no direction. Awaking to a splitting headache, I found myself lying against a wall outside the classroom. Somewhere on my back I could feel a sharp pain and wet blood. Around me lay shards of glass from the window I'd been sent flying through. My forehead was swelling into a thick lump where he had even just glanced it with his buck, making even blinking sent a shot of pain to the very core of my head. If that had hit me directly, I'd likely just have had my neck broken on the whiplash alone. The adrenaline was wearing off, the rush to fight ebbing away. He was so strong. It was like fighting Brimstone as a normal pony. His weight, his surprising speed on a bulky torso, his sheer power. I could hear his roars and Protege's thinner cry from inside the room as my consciousness dipped in and out. My eyelids felt heavy. Thumps passed through the floor in time with Shackles' movements, waking me up every time. Eventually, hissing in pain, I staggered up in time for the heavy retort of a revolver to send a sharp whip of pain streaking through my head all over again. Wearily, I pulled myself up to the interior window and looked back in. They were gone. From the opposite side of the building I heard gunshots. First the brutal roar of a shotgun, then the heavy snap of Protege's revolver. On shaky legs, I staggered and somewhat galloped toward the area, before the sounds began to move downstairs. How long can you avoid coming back to me, my old slave? 3 shots from Protege's revolver answered him, followed only by Shackles' laughter. The sound reverberated around the Alpha Omega Hotel, as I started to find the chaos of their moving gunfight on my route. Holes were torn out of old paintings and parts of the carpet exploded upward from buckshot. I turned into the stairwell, frantically trying to reload Rarity's Grace on the way and fighting the temptation to lie down and close my eyes. You will not hurt the foals. I will not let them come to harm. They aren't yours, upstart. They never were. Slaves don't own anything. I burst in the main hallway just in time to see Protege rush out the main doors to the streets of Philadelphia. He was hurt, one side of his cheek swollen and bleeding. While he hurried, I could see him pushing through pain. Skidding to a halt, I saw him point the revolver. Shackles was in clear view near the gate. The open ground of the hotel's exterior held no cover until the faraway buildings of the next street over. He hit him. Stand down, you are surrounded. A griffin's voice shrieked through the air as multiple large figures dropped from the sky, long rifles aimed directly at Protege. Sneaking forward, I poked my head through a window to look outside before recoiling in dismay. Other griffins hung in the air, weapons pointed cleanly at Protege. He was surrounded by at least a dozen other ponies that were now advancing from the ground. All were armed, most were soldiers, not slavers. Yet he stood with his revolver pointed firmly at chain-link Shackles. 2 spotlights were centered on him, watching him and calling repeatedly for him to throw down his weapon. The big slaver stood in the perimeter fence gate, grinning and leering at the small unicorn before him. Masses of rifles were pointed at Red Eye's Apprentice. The revolver shook in the air. I could tell Protege wanted to pull the trigger. He had Shackles dead to rights. The gun was powerful enough to shatter any pony's skull. I heard the slaver speak. Just loudly enough for Protege to hear. I know you want to. Go on. The eternal chain keeps on moving with or without me. There's others who do it. So go on. Come on upstart, cold cuddler, slave. Throw away everything to end me, won't it make Philadelphia so much better? Will it? I could see Protege's teeth clench as the griffin shouted again to him. Throw down the gun, Protege. You are accused of traitorous acts, we will hear your side in trial. Come on upstart. What are you waiting for? Think of all the ways I hurt you. Make you beg. All the ways I hurt the run to break him. Put it down. Revenge for all of it. Give it all up to kill me, worth it? There was a moment of silence. It might have been a couple seconds, but it felt so much more. I wanted to run out. To tell the truth, but they'd never believe a lowly slave. I couldn't help him. I just had to watch this happen. His eyes were wet. I could see how much he wanted to. He was being blamed for hurting the very thing he believed in. He could end the tyrant of Philadelphia right now. Those eyes clenched, his teeth too. Gradually. His whole body shaking. Protégé dispelled his magic. The revolver clattered to the ground. Chain-link Shackles only smiled and let a low chuckle rumble through him. He watched as the griffins descended and chained Protégé. He enjoyed the sight. Standing there all triumphant, as though he was the one in the right. The sight made me sick to see. Then he cast his eyes to the hotel and me. And I had to flee. I didn't have a choice, he'd have come for me. I fled through the hotel to the servants' entrance, passing over bloodied floors even as Protégé was no doubt led away in chains past a mocking chain-link Shackles. I heard ponies behind me begin to filter into the hotel to find the devastation from Protégé's own weapon he had been caught carrying in his magic. Feeling my muscles seize up and joints ache, I fell into door frames and tripped on stairs during my hurried retreat. My head still felt dizzy, the lump throbbing. It was a tiring effort to reach the servants' doorway. Galloping out, crawling under the fence and diving into the ruins, I simply fell to the ground upon reaching Unity and Coral. Exhausted and stammering, I began desperately trying to tell them what had happened. The loss of the foals, the proximity I'd come to that evil slaver again, the framing of Protégé, the massacre in the hotel. The fact that chain-link Shackles had played us and won. I winced, squeaking as the wet towel was held against my stinging forehead. "There we go," Unity whispered, pulling one of my own hooves up to hold the cloth myself. "Just let me get this potion open." "Thanks, I can do it myself though," I murmured, before inwardly biting my tongue at maybe sounding ungrateful. "Then humor me." She smiled, albeit humorless, popping the cork of the potion with her magic before taking over holding the towel again. My hooves free, I drank the tingling magic liquid. Slowly, I felt the pain subside. The hot lances of pain firing through my skull every time I moved it died down to a dull thumping. Thanks. No problem." Unity seemed a little hesitant to smile more, before putting the empty potion away, trotting back inside the pumping station to do so. Sitting back, she sighed and lowered her head. "We'd returned to the sewers a few minutes ago." The news did not take well amongst the others, Coral least of all. She had ranted and raved, repeatedly asserting the atrocity that such a tactic by Shackles was. I'd never heard her curse before until now. In fact, her vengeful mood had scared Glimmer completely out of talking to her regarding the orb. I didn't blame her. Coral's anger was not something approached lightly at this moment. Even Brimstone had kept his distance. The foals were likely somewhere beyond our reach now, kept hidden by the most dangerous of slavers. It was clear to us all that they were probably in the metro slave den, but that didn't help them feel any less distant or ease the worries of what they might be going through right now. Of what he might do to them. We'd never gotten into that lair of Shackles before, and if possible we wanted to have avoided it forever. A world entirely devoted to just him and his madness was something I wanted to stay far away from. Yet with the foals in danger, it was feeling like a very worrying reality that we'd have to attempt to get in there. Only it lay beyond the reach of our abilities. I'd seen how heavy the guard was down there personally. Even with Mr. Peace, Brimstone and Coral at her best, we couldn't penetrate such a fortified underground place. Not that it had stopped her from trying to suggest it compared to considering them beyond saving. Eventually, she had accepted none of us were even thinking of that. Unity returned, sitting beside me. Part of me couldn't miss the fact that we instinctively sat a few feet away from one another, There was still an awkward air, despite our friendship. "Your sister was saying she's closing in on a way-in, you know?" I tried to ask more, but she's just got her nose in those maps. "Something about the crater? A hidden base?" She wasn't very talkative, for once. Like she's really sad about something right now. I sighed and leaned back. Honestly, my mind was elsewhere too. I kept seeing Protégé being led away and feeling a horrible fear creep over me. He'd already lost his precious Mal, then much of his reputation. Then his friends and allies. Now he could lose so much more. "Murky?" Snapping up, I yelped as the back of my skull hit the wall harder than I expected.
"Yow!"
Oh. Sorry. Yes, the crater place. Thing. I certainly remembered it. That and seeing it go deeper, the tunnel the ghouls had chased me from long ago had went somewhere yet unexplored for sure. Given Magister Hartcare's connection to the zebras, it seemed likely that the chamber I'd been trapped in might be linked to the outer metro and ministry station. From what I'd heard from the others though, the issue was where it actually met the train lines. Running into the outer metro with no knowledge of where we were was suicide of the most horrible sort. Those ancient tunnels were not meant for ponies anymore. "You sure you don't need to rest it off?" It occurred to me that I was still sitting in the middle of a conversation. Good goddesses, my mind was everywhere, even with Unity right beside me. Shaking my head, and quickly regretting the dizziness as the potion did its work, I tried to force a smile back at her. It failed. No. I'm just worried. He was being marched away in chains. No aid forthcoming from any slaver. They could do anything to him now. I couldn't just. No. I had to know for sure what was going on, but I knew the others wouldn't agree to me going out. In fact I coughed into my hoof, getting up and pulling my saddle back on. "I think I'm just going to get some fresh air." "Murky, we're in Philadelphia. There isn't any fresh air. Outside is thicker with chemicals than in here." I turned, surprised. I'd never heard Unity pull a deadpan comment before. I met her with eyelids lowered and a thoroughly disbelieving face. "You're going to hunt for him, aren't you? After what you saw?" Slowly, I nodded, my hooves shifting meekly together as I lowered my head. "Want some company?" That took me by surprise, but it wasn't possible. I'll be okay, thanks. I won't take any risks, promise." I tried to smile, but the look of disappointment on her face hit me hard. Feeling guilty, I made to explain. To say how I needed the grapple and gliding to get where I was intending to go, but she spoke first. "Murky. I know we have our moments of bonding and friendship, but things are still a bit, you know, awkward?" I offered, hesitantly. It was right, for every warm shared time there were countless little glance across the room nervously moments as we each had our own thoughts about the truth. Unity nodded, quietly sighing and looking to the side, her thick mane hiding her face from this angle. "I don't, make you uncomfortable, do I?" 1,000 words at once tried to explode through my mouth. Instead I simply produced something more akin to ABLURGGHH. Eventually I corrected myself. No. It's just like. You look over and wonder what kind of friend you see or not? If it's the same pony you knew in a time you forgot? I just gulped, nodding. It was about the best either of us could vocalize it. Unfortunately, her slightly unsure look at the reply didn't fill me with confidence. "Be careful out there, Murky. I'll let them all know." She briefly embraced me. There was a moment that I felt her move, similar to when she'd kissed my cheek weeks ago near the fun barn. But she pulled away before just any contact was made, as though reconsidering it. Letting go, she trotted back to the pumping station with soft and slow steps. As I left, I had the distinct impression I'd done something wrong. Outside, I had to try and push down my worries. Unity was safe down here with the others, but Protégé was not. The foals were in lethal danger, yes. But I couldn't do anything about them right now until my friends figured something out. Protege, however, was perhaps reachable. He had done a lot wrong to me over the time I'd known him, yet I felt wrong abandoning him to all this alone. It was because of that feeling that I moved to the rooftops of factories and buildings to approach the fun farm once more. With the grapple gun on my saddle and even a few short, and wonderfully confidence-boosting, glides from roof to roof, I didn't find it difficult to traverse Philadelphia. There were enough scrap-built covers from the acidic rain and heavy industrial vents to hide from the balloons and griffins after all. Moving like this felt invigorating, free of the same boundaries. Eventually, I crossed into the old amusement park. Soaring over its fence and firing my grapple to the top of the helter-skelter. It was an old hiding place and one I felt intensely comfortable, and even better, it was close by to the fun barn itself, close enough that I could see and hear the commotion going on outside. Amongst the grounds strewn with raw metals and lumber, a large group of ponies had gathered. Consisting of mostly slavers, they clustered in the fun barn's outer area near the gate. Keen guards were posted in newly raised watchtowers at each corner of the barn, while I could see slaves crawling all over the barn welding metal plates of armor to its walls, giving it the impression of a kind of metallic tortoise. The gathering of slavers was as much directing them as it was discussing its own things. They were preparing the headquarters for battle, that much was obvious. The slaves involved had been worked to the bone, many of them looking little more than skeletons as they tiredly hammered away to bend metal around support struts. Below them, slavers and guards came and went in rapid succession from the main group. I recognized many of them from the time I'd spent at Protege's side within that building. Red Eye's higher ranks. The organizers, generals and master slavers. Several griffins loomed in the crowd, fully armed and holding rifles ready around the unmistakable form of Stern herself. Her rifle a long speared above the rest to end in that thick lump of metal that was its barrel end. Big Brutus and was visible, standing stoically quiet behind grindstone with cybernetics humming and hissing as they flexed and pivoted. Upon his cubed artificial shoulder I could see the symbol of a dragon crossed out to proclaim his victory on the mountain. With a little careful peering I saw List Seeker in there too, then Mr. Massin and Wicked Slit. Some clean uniformed unicorns stood talking to Stern, bright red with golden bands on their shoulders. Diplomats for Red Eye? One was shaking his head despairingly, as though bringing bad news. I tried to pick out what he was saying from my place of hiding. I could hear the voice. Perhaps if he had been the only one talking I might have figured it out, but with every penny blabbering at once it was impossible. That was set to change. With a great shriek, Stern caught the attention of every pony and griffin in the area. I clamped my hooves over my ears. Even the slaves all stopped for a second. Stern stopped, lowering her head and looking around as she claimed the moment as hers to speak by force of authority. We have received word that the survivors of the cathedral will be returning shortly. You will all prepare supplies and aid to integrate them into the defense of Philadelphia immediately upon their arrival. Red Eye's great city will take the advantage of every griffin, pony, weapon and shred of ammo it can for the coming battle. A murmur passed around. This was not the best of news. Apparently Red Eye had lost at the cathedral? Was this enclave really that strong? The thought boggled me. Red Eye was the power in the wasteland. I remember hearing about rivals being bought or stomped under. He had paid many times my price to get me and considered it cheap. Nobody messed with him on a large scale. Yet the Enclave had beaten him. I have assigned you all a Talon representative who will bring my instructions to your appointed zones via air. You will follow them to the letter. Philadelphia will not fall. Do not share this information, it needs only be followed. These Pegasi are known to be able to intercept radio signals. Those of you in the factories have designated delivery sites. All of the pit combatants are to be released into the fighting arm. Volunteer forces will be assigned to the rooftop defenses. I want hourly reports from every sector via Talon dispatch flight. Is everyone understood? There was a chorus of shouts and stamps. For our great leader. For red eye. For unity. We will sacrifice. Came the reply from the assembled ponies. Some more zealous than others. Stern nodded firmly, beating a clenched talon off her breastplate before leaning toward the elderly donkey standing near her. There shall be no dissent now, we must act as one. Those who dare to do so will be harshly brought down upon after our inevitable victory. Grindstone, you say that one alleged traitor has been uncovered that you brought to my attention. Indeed, Ma'am Grindstone coughed, waving to an aide, who turned and ran into the fun barn. His hoof wobbled to touch the ground again, as he spurned the help of a young buck carrying Grindstone's belongings now for him. Then bring them forth. An example will be made in this moment, while all are gathered. I knew exactly who they were talking about. Creeping forward, I peered further out of the helter-skelter at the events below through a snapped hole in its red and white rotted wood. Ponies were stamping, outraged and shouting in the crowd as they heard of such a thing. Wicked Slit in particular held a foul look, repulsed that such a thing could exist. They were fanatical. There, from the fun barn, I saw chain-link Shackles emerge at the head of a security column. Walking proudly and taller than I'd ever imagined the big slaver being able to do, he led them through the crowd toward the clearing in front of Stern. Behind him, manacled around all four hooves and reduced to awkward stumbling was Protégé, surrounded by four of Shackles' own slavers bearing electric prods and the hardwood sticks slavers loved so much to swipe across a chest or a rump. Protégé tried to walk with his head high, but short steps and heavy chain made it difficult. No doubt this was Shackles' exact plan. The huge slave master strode into the center of the clearing, grinning as he nodded to Stern and turned to face his prisoner hobble after him. At his motioning, the guards threw Protégé into the center of it all, causing him to stumble and fall into the dirt. I couldn't see too clearly, but I wondered how badly they'd mistreated him. I knew what being alone with Shackles was like, the way he broke you down, worked at the chinks in your pride to leave or open a gap to exploit. Red Eye's apprentice's presence lit a wave of reaction however. They all knew who he was. Some were clearly shocked, but many saw it as a chance to let their rage come out at some epiphany they'd often see as favored above them by their leader. Howls and insults filled the air, before Stern's rifle but rapped upon her wooden platform and drove them to silence. Chain-link Shackles, Grindstone. You are aware of who you accuse? Oh, absolutely. The one none of us would have expected, eh? Shackles didn't take his eyes off Protégé as he spoke. It almost lit a fire of hope in me as I saw Stern glance down with confusion, perhaps even disbelief. Protégé stared right back at her, an intense look in his eyes. Stern. This is nothing but a grab for power by Ugh. Shackles struck him over the face. Silence. The accused does not speak. Protégé fell again, gritting his teeth and trying to get himself back up on his hooves. Stern rubbed a talon on her beak, scrutinizing the scene before holding her claws out. All those assembled fell silent. This is Protégé. Once slave master and now logistics manager of the primary district. He stands under accusation by masters Chain-link Shackles and Grindstone of traitorous acts. They claim evidence to his crimes. The crowd jeered, shouting their support for the two slavers. I wanted to scream out against such things, they were setting him up. At the very least, I could see List Seeker remaining silent. Stern's rifle thumped again for quiet. He has offered loyal service and learning under Red Eye for years, as such I request to hear of this evidence and from those you claim witnessed it. I shall stand as adjudicator as Master Grindstone offers prosecution on this alleged turncoat. I shall hear your side with those in attendance as those to bear witness to justice. Protégé, young one, you may be granted one to speak for you. If any wills it. Stern looked to the crowd, scanning it. Many slavers shook their head. Protégé I saw looked only to one, List Seeker. Their eyes met, I could see the pleading in Protégé's face. The silent willing for any help at all here. Yet List Seeker only lowered his head and looked away, looking sick to his stomach. Too afraid to stand up here, likely worried for the slaves he cared for too. Before him, Protege let his shoulders slump. "Very well, you shall speak for yourself." Stern turned to Grindstone, lowering her eyes. "We are at the brink of war, Grindstone. This will not be drawn out or given to break periods. Make your case now or do not make it at all." Grindstone nodded serenely and began to trot forward into the clearing. The crowd fell silent for the old slaver as he moved toward Protege and began to circle him. Coughing, he cleared his throat first. "By now, you may have all heard of the unsettling events at the Alpha Omega Hotel." The crowd roared their displeasure. Stern only nodded. "We have at least 12 ponies and griffins of the inner wall security who will testify that this subject was found at the hotel, wielding the weapon he is known to carry, the weapon used in the killing of 20 members of Foal care staff." Protege whipped round, held back by the chains but forcing his head toward the donkey. "Those are lies. I found chain-link shackles over the corpses of those who protect the children. My weapon was stolen. And yet who do you have to back up your side of the story?" Grindstone rolled it off his tongue as he closed in, coming almost muzzle to muzzle with Protege. "Chain-link Shackles is the one who has saved our precious foals from your attempts to undermine us. You deny that he could reveal the foals in safety? You deny that he could prove they were evacuated and have been kept unharmed?" "I do. Stern, if you would permit us to an investigation of—" Stern shook her head. "I have seen the foals myself the moment they were evacuated to the fun barn while security handled apprehending those at the scene. Shackles' aide Wormtail brought a message from his master that requested to move them underground for safety in the coming war, to which I agreed. Grindstone's motion stands. They are lying to you, Stern. They." Grindstone swept in front of Protege, cutting him off. "You have attempted to lie in trial. It is not us with countless witnesses who need to answer to you. I have witnesses. They are all here." He threw a hoof around himself. The slavers liked that one, they clamored and stamped their approval. Indeed, I recognized many of them from the mountain or the wagon ambush. I was feeling frustrated beyond measure. This was all lies and slander against him. He was a good pony. Why wouldn't the others listen? This wasn't a fair process. You attacked the Alpha Omega Hotel alone. I did not. You attempted assassination upon the mountain expedition mere days ago where dozens of slavers saw you firing upon their friends in service of slaves. Under Master Red Eye's orders. That same slave group that has gone rogue was seen stealing from the very convoy that held the weapon we found in your magic at the hotel. You were seen with their war machine. You have been enamored with ponies from that group ever since you petitioned us to allow you to own the Pegasus. You are a turncoat and a traitor. I'm no traitor. Protege screamed at him, trying to push forward, his eyes locked on Stern. I have done nothing but serve Master Red Eye. He was afraid of this. Afraid of this very thing happening, Stern. That got her attention, appealing to her loyalty. Protege took a deep breath, moving around Grindstone. I saw Chain-Link Shackles grin dip slightly. The assassination of Master Grizzly and of my associate Rejoining is proof here. They had flawless records. In Grizzly's case decades of service, yet in Rejoining's case she was a sister to your faction. A Talon. They were murdered by Shackles' group on the mountain top, the expedition that Master Red Eye bid us infiltrate to root out corruption at the very heart of Philadelphia. He had the raider wildcard end her life. Stern's gaze turned harsh. This was a dangerous game Protege was playing. I knew well how intense the Talon's feelings were for their own. To attempt to use Rejoining's death for this was playing with serious fire. Yet Protege met her gaze right on. There are those who can see the reality. That's why they were killed. They murdered a Talon in cold blood to prevent you hearing about their lust for control of this city. She was family to you, a comrade to me. She died in utmost service to the one her duty told her to protect. You knew her, Stern. And she fought beside me up there. Would she have turned traitor if what they say is true? Would a Talon turn against you? Silence. Stern did not move. Her fierce gaze never left the small unicorn before her. I could see her talons gripping the rifle so hard that it was shivering. Rejoining would not have turned. She was sister to us all. Then you can. Silence. Stern interrupted him, if you claim this, then what proof do I have that you did not betray the Talon I tasked to protect your life? In the face of everything else, that is what I see as the most likely story here. That you killed my sworn sister. You kill one of us, you hurt all of us. Stern was seething, her wings snapping harshly behind her. I seek to bring her killer to justice. I have grieved for her. Then explain your lack of appearance to her funeral. Stern bitterly roared, almost looking like she wanted to leap off the platform. Shackles returned her body to us with full honors after the desecration the slaves and their raider met out to her corpse. No, we didn't. Brim didn't touch her. We fought with her. How dare he claim that? Chainlink Shackles presided over her cremation. He spoke of her courage in trying to help his and our vision by attempting to put a stop to the rogue slaves, but now I see the truth is worse than I had thought. You were scheduled to be trialed for things other than the hotel shooting already out of suspicion. With confirmed witnesses of you attacking and murdering Philadelphia's ponies. Why should I believe this one element alone? Especially from an ex-slave. Protégé was quiet. I could see his mouth opening a little, trying to find the words, trying to think of anything. The temptation to glide down there and shout my support of him was overwhelming, but they would never believe me. They'd never treat any slave's opinion as anything. That thought hurt deeply to my stance in this city. You see? Grindstone turned, smugly grinning to his supporters, he is without evidence, without witnesses and incapable of defending himself. Loyal though he may have been, it seems his existence as a slave elevated has clouded his mind and confused him into supporting a dissident cell's cause. Caused him to attempt to kill the spirit of Philadelphia's young on the eve of war. No. Protégé outright screamed it. I could see the absolute pain on his face, standing in the city he had dreamed of restoring, being accused of tearing it down. There are those who know. Those who have seen this insurrection among Philadelphia's ranks. Blunderbuck, Massin's assistant. Piesday. He is fool. Protégé turned and shifted across, I saw him moving to List Seeker, speaking directly to him, quieter. You know of their blackmails, please speak out. We can stop this. Please. You want to protect your workers. Then help me. In the crowd, I saw List Seeker only offer a sad look. He just stood and shook on the spot. Before silently shaking his head. Dismayed, Protégé backed away into the center again. He pointed at the huge slaver as best he could with his chained legs. Shackles is wanting his power back. He was our enemy once. Master Red, I fought this city from him at great cost and now he is only one rank from ruling this place once again. Can't any of you see this as an obvious power play? You all know the games and politics. You saw the vote. You would all elect him? The pony who made this a place of terror and darkness? The one we had to rebuild this place from? They laughed at him, Wicked Slit's voice shrieking above it, I think so Epiphany is jealous. The crowd jeered. Just because he's not the teacher's pet. Not a real slaver. Never earned anything. I saw him slipping food to slaves he liked best. Medicine too. Only certain ones. He shot my fucking brother on the mountain. The insults and accusations spun around the circle of the trial. The slaves up above watched it. Some were grinning, a couple looked upset. I recognized the latter ones from the mall when Protégé had been in control. Listen to yourselves. Protégé hollered at them, just listen. We were here to build something greater. Something more like Equestria deserves. His voice broke on the last word. The crowd quietened down. The passion in his voice was unmistakable. Impossible to fake. Yet he sounded desperate, as he clearly saw himself on the brink of losing the only thing he had left. His dreams. to restore Equestria, ushering in a new era away from the wasteland. We weren't just slavers, we were sacrificing for a new world. We achieved that through his direction, his plans and the toil of the work of slaves. How many have suffered here? How much will it be for nothing if Philadelphia becomes the city of darkness that it once was again? Look at all we created, Master Red Eye gave us purpose. I have done nothing but serve. Nothing. The sound of a rifle butt rapping on wood filled the air. Slowly, Protege turned back to Stern. The huge griffin was looking very grim. To her right stood chain-link Shackles, atop the platform with her now. Nothing, Stern began, is precisely what you have now to make me believe anything but the advice of dozens of ponies, griffins and the words of elected superiors of yours. Chain-link Shackles has shown exemplary service since the abdicating to Red Eye years ago. Once I thought you might show the same over time. I trusted Red Eye's opinion to once vote for you, young pony. I now see that in his absence you have revealed your true colors. My hooves tightened on the ledge of the helter-skelter. You are found guilty by trial. You are stripped of all rank and your status among us considered invalid. Red Eye would be very disappointed in you for disgracing his trust in you. Protege's expression utterly sank. Even aside from your other crimes, the punishment for assaulting the hotel is simple death, normally via arena combat. However, in the absence of time for such an event. Her talons blurred, pulling the rifle from her side. I clumsily tried to get my wings and saddle ready, I had to try, Her rifle was stopped halfway down to aiming at Protege. Shackles' hoof had met it. Stern gazed at her second-in-command sideways, clearly spotting the small smile on the huge pony's face as he stared at Protege. With your permission, Stern. We need every bit of aid this city can get right now. Every bit of time. Every bullet. His smile turned to that grin. That lustful and controlling power fantasy I saw in his eyes at the opportunity to rule over another. He'd always looked at me like that. Every slave. Protege remained on the spot, but I could see the twitch go through him and the slight movement in his hind legs as one of them shifted backwards. Stern, please listen to me, Silence. She shouted harshly at him, not turning her head from Shackles. He's yours, assign him to the Mal. Perhaps he'll learn something being in his old cell. Protege, you are hereby rescinded from your status as a member of Red Eye City. You will return all equipment given and your personal possessions will be auctioned. He staggered backward, sitting down as his legs clearly went weak from the crippling realization. Furthermore, in shame of what you have done, there will be no allowance for access to the 3 methods for freedom. Not by 6 pit victories, not by crater work and not by 2 years of hard service. If you wish to serve as you say, you will do so as the foundation of our work. That is your punishment for betraying he who gave you purpose. Master. I didn't. Protege's voice was so quiet, I barely heard it. This meeting and trial is over. Her rifle butt struck the floor once more, announcing an end as the final humiliation was set home. The Slavers cheered at the resolution, supporting their leader. I saw Protege at the center of this maddened sham of a fair trial. His head fell low, as the dispersing witnesses cast their real thoughts about him aloud. I saw some slaves applaud, those that knew him stayed very silent and turned back to their work. I simply watched from the helter-skelter, hooves over my mouth and tears in my eyes as the fun barn emptied and Protege was left behind with only a few others. Those that guarded him and one malicious figure who now began to stride down from the platform to claim his prize. Chain-link Shackles advanced on the slave who had once escaped him long ago. The glee in Shackles' eyes was obvious as he dropped the collar around the immobile unicorn's neck and bent down. Protege didn't move as it clamped shut, seemingly at a loss of spirits, but his nose wrinkled as Shackles' sweaty and horrid bulk drew close. It's the same thing I tell every slave who thinks they're going to escape soon, little upstart. Same as I told you back then. Protege looked up at him, trying to keep a reaction from his face. they aren't as special as they think they are. Even if it takes years, I always get them back in the end. You can't break the eternal chain. Welcome home, eh? I couldn't do anything but watch and shiver, trying to fight the guilty sense of selfishness for feeling terrified for myself at his words. He'd said that to me too. Protégé gagged as the chain was tugged hard, yanking him from his hooves. I saw the sight that my friends once had of me, of seeing so many you care about humiliatingly dragged behind their master on a chain. Gathering myself, wiping my tears, I stood up and got ready to follow them. I needed a chance, just one chance. They moved through the same route he had once taken me. The wide primary roads of Philadelphia that would lead any visitor from the main gate past Wicked Slit's factory and deeper into the city toward the Mall. He was parading his new prize, taking long side routes and sticking in the open. Even now he had come back around from the tour of one district and was passing by the Pass-Sprite pits nearby to the main gate again. It hurt me to watch Protégé having to amble along, falling every time the chain was pulled. My route was far off to the side as I stuck to the cover of the buildings, leaving me unable to get close enough to attempt anything. Could Rarity's grace penetrate a chain? Could I sneak up and detach it from Shackles? Taking a breath, I sprinted through the office I was hiding on and leapt from the window into the next building along. Skittering on my hooves, I almost fell through a gaping hole at its center, hurriedly grasping a nearby pillar to avoid the splintered edges of the drop. Hey! Look who's back where he belongs. The shouts had continued the entire way. Protégé had no shortage of enemies among the slavers. Some just looked confused while others turned their backs on the whole ordeal. Shackles paid them no mind, instead simply lavishing in this moment. You remember this, slave? How many years ago, when you first came here? He didn't turn around to look at Protégé, who simply trotted with his head held low, the chain to his collar dragging through the dusty road. Oh, don't worry about trying to look like you don't care. We'll have you back to the same whimpering slave you once were quite soon, hee. I've got time. The chain whipped hard, catching the unicorn's chin and whipping his head up by force. Briefly, I saw his pained look. He was understandably terrified, but mostly just looked lost. That's the look I know. Now. They're here. The shout went out from across the street. I poked my head through the nearest window and looked down to see a small group of red-eyed soldiers galloping out the bottom floor of this very building. One of them was faltering under the weight of a huge wind-up radio set on his back as he moved. Patrols have seen them. The survivors were followed. They're coming. They're here. Look! Look! They rushed past, before gaining a small following of other ponies. Other slavers downed their tools and followed. A group became a crowd. A crowd became a horde. The entire block was shaking from running ponies. Even slaves joined it as they all ran for higher ground to try and see something. What in Equestria was going on? Who was here? I couldn't see anything with how high the factories in this district were. Philadelphia was coming alive. The breath was exhaled in a sudden surge of energy and action. I saw soldiers rushing to stations, numerous balloons changed direction in the air. Below me, even chain-link Shackles stopped and began to trot backwards with Protégé in tow. Griffins took off, massive guns mounted on rooftops swiveled. A momentum picked up on all sides of me as ponies shoved and clamored for the best vantage points. It couldn't be. I began to gallop around the massive hole through the center of this building until I was at the opposite side. In the distance, I heard Philadelphia's balefire sirens begin to wail, its deathly howl picking up volume and sending shivers down my back as one alarm after another joined the chorus of nerve-shredding sounds that drifted across each district. Voices and shouting were coming in from all over the city to my ears, like every pony in it was talking at once. The ground shook at the crowds outside the building. Aiming up, I fired the grapple to the rooftop through the hole and immediately pulled the trigger to winch myself up. Dragged out over the hole, I felt the saddle take my weight, sending me soaring upwards. I bit hard, making the mechanics whir and hum with the sound of wire being dragged in too quickly past floor after floor. Up above me the blood-red clouds broiled and flickered as they grew closer. Until I launched out of the hole, hurtling past the point the hook had stuck by a good 10 feet. Legs flailing, I fell forward and downward toward the rooftop, only just getting my wings out in time to soften the landing. Yes. Landing. Picking myself up, I coughed out the dust from where I'd skidded and looked up in the direction of Philadelphia's main gate. I stood atop a tall building, legs wide as I ran out onto a stray girder poking out from the side of the building for some extra height and truly saw. Beyond the wall, in the skies above. They were here. I thought they were clouds, but truly they were not. They were formed from clouds. Two gigantic fortresses hanging in the air as they seemed to slowly shift toward Philadelphia from far off like moving mountains. Castles in the sky. The longer I looked, the more the scale began to settle home about their true mass. I saw the twinkling lights of windows and the all-too-obvious shape of siege weaponry bristling on shaped mounts. Their shadows on the ground below covered the mountainsides forming the valley outside Philadelphia, casting the land into further darkness by their presence. How could anything in the wasteland stand against such titans of war? Around them I saw smaller vessels. More streamlined, surging forward on the winds to guard their colossal vessels. They moved far faster than anything that size had any right to, and I watched as one suddenly pulled upward and shot into the sky, above the clouds. Between them I could see chariot-sized vehicles moving in formation, surrounded by tiny dots. I watched them spin and veer with perfect control, inches from their co-flyers. Groups of individual flyers that took off and landed from the huge floating citadels. An army of Pegasus. My eyes could barely believe it, after so many years alone. And yet the sight filled me with nothing but terror for the powers that were about to clash in this corner of the world. The Enclave had come for Philadelphia. Get the gate closed behind them. Move it. Pass the word up. Get them all in. Now. Tearing my eyes down from the giants of the clouds, I saw an overseer race onto his balcony below me and scream at those on the ground. Casting my eyes across, I saw what he meant. The open grounds beyond Philadelphia's main entrance were in chaos. The cracked concrete surfaces that once had been a site for wagons to park was filled with commotion. Through the gate streamed a convoy of battered wagons and limping ponies. Most were wounded, some carried on stretchers or mounted on trailers. They were soldiers, primarily, the survivors of the cathedral who had come back alive from Red Eye's last battle against the Enclave. I'd heard about how well equipped they had been, with armor bypassing rounds and even rumors of some massive ally alongside the Alicorns. But they had been laid low. What chance did we have? Teams of medical ponies rushed forth. I saw Dr. Weathervane and his own trained team among them as he raced to those who were falling the moment they got through the closing gates. Many of them bore fresh wounds, clearly the Enclave had been hounding them the entire way. Across the walls, an arsenal of weapons began to point out toward the sky, but the Enclave seemed in no hurry to continue the pursuit. Their smaller ships would veer closer, sometimes even drawing fire that rippled across the wall in bright flares, but the ships would whisk away on the wind before any impacts were made at this extreme distance. The missiles and huge anti-air rounds instead collapsed into the suburban outskirts of the city, devastating already ruined buildings with dull thumps taking a few seconds to reach my ears. I couldn't see the impacts, but I heard crumbling architecture and saw the smoke billow up from beyond the wall. Even I could see what was going on. The Enclave were testing Philadelphia's range in preparation for later. Return to your master, slave. I froze at the words, yet I realized they were aimed elsewhere. Letting my eyes fall in the direction of the sound, I saw their unmistakable source on the ground. Much as I felt guilty for it, I was relieved they hadn't been meant for my ears. Below me, I saw the form of chain-link Shackles ramming his way through the crowd, hurling ponies aside as he chased after Protégé. My heart leapt, he'd gotten away. Up ahead, the black unicorn ducked and dived between ponies, trailing his chain behind him with his magic. He must have unclipped it when Shackles was distracted, yes. Immediately, I turned and ran off the girder, veering across to tear over an unused walkway between the two buildings. I cantered past two guards who were far too busy looking elsewhere in my efforts to try and keep up with Protege. Once he made a break for the buildings and cover, I could swoop down and get him away. That wasn't what he was doing. Not at all. Looking to the side as he ran, he wasn't trying to get away to the buildings. He was trying to get toward the survivors. Even at this distance, I heard his impassioned cry. "Master Red Eye! Master Red Eye!" He ran from group to group, staying ahead of chain-link Shackles as the slaver closed in. Other guards began to circle around. "Where are you?" He was trying to find the one pony who could prove his side. My gallop subsided to a trot. As I stumbled to a hiding spot overlooking the square inside the main gate and watched as he fled from each slaver, desperately sprinting around asking any pony he saw as they made their way in. Tired soldiers and some scientists looked at him. Some shook their heads before he would move on. "Where is he? Tell me where he is. Tell me." His hooves grabbed a high-ranking soldier, shaking the pony before he was knocked off. Slowly, the procession of cathedral refugees began to move by. Protege watched them group by group, but they lacked Philadelphia's leader. He began more frantic, more hysterical, and demanded it of any pony who would look his way as the back of the column neared. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw chain-link Shackles stop. He saw what was going on. He was letting Protege try. He knew something. It didn't take me long to realize what. On why Shackles was happy to let this continue. To stand there with his filthy grin and watch as Protege continued his anguished search among the wounded. Oh no! Red Eye's apprentice didn't stop crying out. I watched as he threw open the doors to closed medical wagons and stood among the slowest movers. The final ones through the gate before its thick doors heaved shut, cutting off the outside world that had clearly taken something from him. I saw Protege standing slumped as those last ponies moved by him, asking them with a quiet voice, one I couldn't hear. I saw light glint from his cheeks. Before the entire procession moved by at last. The final pony merely patting Protege on the shoulder before shaking her head and moving on. In our travels, I had seen Protege at his weakest sometimes. I'd seen him scared, upset or in terrible pain. But this. As the pony who he had given him what he believed to be his only purpose was taken from him, it was new to even me. It hurt me to hear that long and mournful scream as the reality hit home. I couldn't help him. He was much too surrounded and in far too open an area. Instead I was stranded, only able to watch as he collapsed, his head falling onto his grounded front hooves. The disgust flowed through me as I saw Shackles advance at the moment Protege was most vulnerable, to gloat quietly. In words I could easily guess at. To drive it home as he pulled the unicorn up with his hooves and reattached the chain. The sight of Protege obeying was simply the worst part of it all. I had to return to my friends. I had no choice. With the Enclave present I could only flee before Philadelphia's rooftops turned into a lethal zone of readied troops. There was nothing I could do. Not now. My friends were debating the plan. Again, if the foals are in the metro station, we could get them on our way there. If we know the way there at all, Coral chimed in, and if they're kept in the inner metro we're without a hope. Shackles' own slaver den is separate from Ministry Station down there, even though they're joined by tunnels. We will not leave without them by risking it all to an assumption they aren't in the section we can't fight into. We won't. Brimstone Blitz spoke simply, but with great power. He sat towering above them all, regaining some of his old strength as his wounds gradually healed. But until we know where they are or not, it's a right bastard to know what to do, Coral. Perhaps getting an inside pony somehow. And how long will that take? Sonny's voice piped up from across the room. Who the hell would want to go into that place anyway? Hey, Glim gal, you know where we're going anyway yet? From the back of the room, my sister wiped her brow and stood up, holding up a map with charcoal scrawled over it. She had a thin smile on her face, It seemed distinctly underwhelming compared to her usual expression. "You bet." Finally managed to work out what part of the tunnels the crater corresponds to. "It's very close to where the station is. Hell, it might even be what used to be the Aurora and the Zebra's main route to it compared to the long one we took before. Only, I don't know the conditions of the tunnels on that side, and the way into the station itself will be blocked. We planned for that. Peace, and I'll handle it." Brimstone added. "So we get in there and hope it's less defended on the inside." Sunny shrugged and tapped her rifle. "We could spend forever trying to be clever here and get nowhere." "Then what about the foals?" "I can maybe get us there, but we still don't know if epiphany, we're going in circles here." Unity raised her voice to the group, an unusual enough sound that it caught their attention. "We're all trying to plan the big thing. Why not take a moment to plan how to locate the foals first? And how to deal with the fact we'll have maybe dozens of them on our hooves. We can't just take 3 and leave the others down there. What would we be to sacrifice that for an escape?" I had just returned, they hadn't seen me. Hiding in the shadows of the doorway, I leaned against the cold metal and listened. "We aren't just escaping slavery. We're escaping evil. We're trying to break free from the nightmare that this city has become from what started with Aurora and those dark days. Leaving some epiphany behind we could save. I don't think that's who we are. I know you didn't intend that, but we don't want to be caught with it by accident. That's what happened to Miss Star so long ago when it all got out of control. Would we give it all up on a risk at this point? We must step back, look at this and find a way to know. Not let excitement drive us to being predictable. They've outsmarted us every time, why wouldn't they do it now? If we play their game, we lose. So let's play our own, how we want things to be." Unity was right, we couldn't leave those behind that we could save if given the opportunity. We'd never get over epiphany, but to walk away from those in need went against every lesson I and the others had learned. Friendship and caring had pulled us this far, pulled us through the nightmares we had endured. "Protégé." They turned at the sound of my voice. As I strode back in, I balked. It hadn't occurred that they wouldn't hear my hooves. "We're going to get Protégé." Coral Eve's eyes turned harsh. "Merc, my dear. He has made it clear he does not want to come." I don't care." I felt myself tremble as I dismissed on older ponies' point. It went bad. Real bad. They framed him, called him a traitor. I took a breath. "He's been given to Shackles as a slave, now that Red Eye is dead." There was a silence. The pony that had enslaved us all, who had led Philadelphia into what it was to ruin our lives, was now gone. That voice we'd all heard 1,000 times on the loudspeakers would speak no longer. "Philadelphia is going to be led by stern and chain-link Shackles now." I continued, quietly. "Stern's a battle leader. She'll no doubt leave Shackles to run the industry and slaves until it's over. He'll have full command to do as he wishes. And if Stern dies in battle, it won't ever end." I took a shallow breath, feeling very small in this moldy cave below the city. Chain-link Shackles will control a slave city again. Coral Eve let her mouth gasp silently open. Brimstone glowered in thinly veiled rage. "That's why. I took a breath. "We need to get Protégé. He would help get the foals, I know he would. No matter what he decides for himself." She didn't move her eyes off me, but I saw them soften. Appealing to her son and the other children no doubt helped. Almost as though she had forgotten her criticism, she nodded. "You think he might know something we don't about Philadelphia and how to get them?" I see Coral gestured with a hoof. "So where is he then? And do you think he'll, stay?" Glimmer chimed in from behind. "The mall. It's easy to get in there. I can get in and speak to him, but I don't know what he'll say. He really believes this place could be better, I know you may not, but he does. He'll help, but after that he might stay, even though it sounds stupid. It's a born slave thing. We get attached to ideas." I felt oddly embarrassed, talking about that. Like it was some sort of racial stereotype. No matter what he does after, I'll need all of you to get him out again, though. He might be our only chance to figure something out, so we'll have to be ready to be. Proper bloody violent? Brimstone offered for me with a wry smirk. Yeah, that. I gulped, meekly ending the sentence. Then what are we waiting for? The whirring of Mr. Peace joining us from the sewer tunnels shifted in behind me. A classic case of storm the castle, get the stallion for Miss Fluttershy here, and if possible install organic ventilation for the bad guys. Glimmerlight snorted. She bumped the side of Peace's newly repaired chassis with a hoof. You seem eager. These overgrown crickets in tunnels offer not the satisfaction for my compulsions, my dear. I didn't hear anyone else coming up with a better plan of our own. Least this is something, so grab your shit and let's rock. Sunny Days flipped her new lever action up on a hoof, catching it in her mouth as the others began to get up. Tamesh washed. Protecting Miss Fluttershy while surrounded by fighting mares who share in my enthusiasm. Truly my life is a good one. It was decided. Rest was over, the next stage of our plan had to go into action right away. The heavy saddlebags were left in the dry back room on top of old staff tables with only the required weapons and tools carried on our backs. It took a little while, we hadn't been planning to need any more trips here. But this was worth it. Any information on that area underground or who might be bought out could be helpful. I'll try and sneak into him. Can the rest of you get into the old cell through the door? I asked to them as I struggled with one of Brimstone's tool bags. I'm sure Peace and Brim can get the jammed door open. Just give us a shout if you need us, Murky. With or without Protégé. Glimmerlight ruffled my mane. We'll be ready. We moved out as one group. Somehow, this time I found myself at the head of the group to move through the tunnels toward the mall. I cantered ahead, eyes fixed only on the way to go. Protégé. Please, let me get through to you this time. Don't let this become your life. I heard the crack of the whip before I even left the ventilation shaft. Stopping on the spot, I felt immediately sweaty, my back crawling with unsettling feelings. The sound was too familiar, too painful. Memories of standing, unclothed and alone in his room as he lashed it across my bare back were still too fresh. Especially so, as I was now exiting into that very same office. Yet as I finally pushed myself to drop out of the duct into the mall's upper floors, I could only too well feel the fear of that same whip flaying again. Dark stains against the corners told where I'd bled. Poking an eye through a crack in the room's door, I heard it again. A hiss of pain followed the sudden snap of leather. My stomach turned as I crawled out and began to move toward the sound, keeping low against the cold stone walls of the mall. That noise would lead me to who I wanted, and the knowledge that it did filled me with disgust. That direction took me to the balcony overlooking the slave pens in the mall. My old home. I stood alone upon the platform that I had once been bucked off of, looking down onto the slabbed floor and multi-leveled shopping center. The fountain, long broken now, still vaguely stood after hasty repairs, while the walkways were now finished, connecting all areas of the upper levels to one another. Shop fronts held scared and weak slaves, as sick and as frail as we were on the run. Immediately, I had to suppress the urge to cough. The smell in here was sweet and foul, attacking my nostrils with its noxious scent and setting my sore throat convulsing. They had gathered at the shop exits, for they had something to see, something to watch. I came upon the sick theater of Shackles' intentions laid bare. Nobody in the entire hall spoke, a silent audience of fear from all sides around the show. Slowly, my attention fell to the ground itself, past the punishment pits and hanging cages where slaves would be locked for disobeying. My eyes trailed to where slavers and slaves alike watched what was happening. Mr. Masson stood beside a distraught-looking blunderbuck, while Wormtail trotted to and fro, watching with a smug grin from all angles. Shackles' whip blurred through the air, before connecting in a light spray of blood with its target. The young red-maned unicorn chained by his front hooves to a pole in clear view. Protégé gasped in pain, clenching his teeth and falling forward, slipping from the wooden pole to hold himself up on one hoof only. His back was already bruised and swollen, the last hit having only now broken skin. He tried to stand, before it struck again with a meaty slap that echoed around the halls and set him to seethe and growl, trying to deaden the pain. To keep it in as he rested his head on the base of the pole. "It's no use trying to bear it, slave." Crack. Protégé cried out, before exhaling sharply, trying to cull himself, closing his eyes tightly. "You know I'll keep going." Crack. I saw all too clearly the splitting of the skin, before he yelled in pain, gasping between stammering breaths. Crack. "You have years to answer for. Now you will. Before all those you tricked into thinking you were free. You are nothing now but mine, you can stop resisting now. As soon as you do it will stop." Crack. I saw his head go back, crying out in pain. His whole body shifted in muscle spasm, trying to instinctively get away from the pain. My eyes spotted Wormtail closing in, leering from beside Shackles as he drew back and struck again and again. Each time weakening Protégé's pain resistance a bit more. Each time eroding his strength as the blood trickled around his back. I could see tears in his eyes, unable to hold them back before two more lashes descended. The second one striking home hard. Hard enough to surge past what he could stand. The look on Chainlink Shackles' face was naught but satisfaction at the loud and pained shriek. I'd been there, I knew how badly it hurt. I wiped my eyes, wishing that my understanding mattered. The fact that any pony would eventually be driven past their point of endurance until they were screaming, no matter how strong they were, was not the point. Shackles was trying to attack his pride, his confidence he had gained when he had gotten away from him. Trying to force him to fall so much further. As each one landed, drawing those screams again and again. I had to turn away and hold my ears closed. It was too much. There was nothing I could do for him. I simply waited until it was over. Finally, mercifully. Once the slavers had their satisfaction from his agonized wails, I heard no more strikes. Only a low and weary moan of pain. "You! Get this wretch a potion. He must be able to work his shift tonight." Chainlink Shackles stepped forward, moving around Protégé where he lay on the ground, breathing hard. One large hoof lifted the unicorn's chin. "Now listen here, slave. You've got work to do. You'll go to your old office and you will put everything there into crates to be sold off. You'll do it yourself, to remember with every item why slaves don't own shit, eh? Go." Protégé sipped the magical potion eagerly, eyes locked on Shackles as he did. Cautiously, he nodded. Before trying to limp away. It took 3 attempts to move properly, seething and gasping as his back muscles moved. "Halt." He stopped. Turning back to the massive slaver who was simply looking around to every assembled associate and slave around. "What do slaves say?" Protégé didn't speak, he just stared with red eyes. I could see the disgust on his face, the pain and fear. He didn't want to say it. I pleaded silently with him, "Just say it and get out of there. Go on." Slowly, I saw him take a breath, shivering and hating every letter. "Yes. Master." Louder. Protégé grimaced, turning away with his eyes closed. "Yes, master." The words were weak in his tortured state. But they were enough for Shackles to wave at him to leave. One slaver joined him as guard, but I saw Wormtail grin at Protégé as he went by. It occurred to me that the slimy little assistant was wearing Protégé's eyepiece. "Not such a brave one now are you, huh? What would Red Eye think to have heard you squeal like that? Guess you'll be taking orders from me too now." Protégé clearly tried to ignore him, but a warning glance from Shackles was all it took. "Yes. Master Wormtail." "That's it." Mercifully, that was it. Protégé was led out toward his office. Epiphany began to disperse, several slavers clustering around Shackles. "Massin, have you and your assistant collect the required equipment to defend the station. We will not let those winged rats in, should it come to it. Do you understand? Yes, master. Missing replied sharply, clicking his wooden hoof on the ground. Then move. Both Missing and Blunderbuck hurried away, before Shackles began to amble toward the exit. I noticed now he still moved with a limp. It seemed Brimstone's attack still hadn't fully healed for him. It was a good enough memory to let me not break down after what I'd just seen. The rest of you, get the chosen slaves ready for transport to the metro tunnels. I'm going there now to prepare for their arrival, do not be late. Bring them before the Enclave attack, Wormtail will organize it here. G.O. That was my cue. I began to gallop off toward Prodege's office. It hadn't been hard to distract the guard. Repeatedly bucking a steel door around the corner until the annoyance drove him to investigate, I looped around via the corridors and approached the door before he returned. How many times, so long ago, had I approached this heavy carved door as a slave? As Epiphany called to his master to report or to answer? Its flaking wood stood imposing as ever, hard to the touch and heavy when I began to slowly pull on it. I had to resist the urge to knock. Behind it, I half expected to see Protege at his desk. Eyepiece on and scanning across documents and letter. To see him with numerous books floating around, looking up with that worryingly genuine smile to greet the slave he had called. It made me meek to fully open and trot through with that image in mind. Of days when things were better for him and worse for me, not now. Yet within, there was no such thing. There was no pony at the desk. The books had been scattered, not in the messy but somewhat organized via the floorway as before, but left open on their spines or torn into heaps. The window at the back was cracked, letting in a small breeze of thick and warm air. Muddy hooves had been treading around on the old musty carpet. If I looked down, I could see a small trail of bloody drips leading toward the desk. Tentatively moving, my hooves making sound on the soft floor, I saw that Prodege's side rooms were open, their beds stripped clean. No pony was present in them. Instead, I simply heard a short breath and sniff. Several in succession. Alongside soft sobbing coming from up ahead, behind the desk. Part of me felt invasive to approach, to trot up and move around that thick desk after what I'd seen happen over today. The silence felt impossible to break, to announce I was here and suddenly impose myself upon this. I swallowed my doubts and moved around the desk. P. Protege? He looked up sharply, as I found him hunched over, sitting inside the space the missing chair would normally push into, as though it was a hiding space. His front hooves were curled around his rear ones as he sat with his head resting on the wood, cheeks thoroughly wet and eyes sore. Up close, I could see the treatment he'd undergone. Bruises, cuts and lumps all over, held back only by the healing potion they'd given him to keep his servitude going today. The small part of his back I could see was a ragged mess. The moment he saw me, he almost looked ready to bolt. Jumping at the sight, he gasped and rubbed his eyes. Murky? The name caught me off guard. He'd only ever called me Murk before. His face betrayed the shock of me appearing here of all places. You shouldn't be around. He'll come to check on me, so Epiphany will. Go. Go before he gets you too. I simply shook my head, biting my lip as I moved closer and sat down with my back to the desk and looked ahead out of the window to the clouds above. I came for you. The words were clumsy, stilted even as I said them. I tried to look at him, but his eyes avoided mine, instead looking at the ruined floor beneath us. He showed no reaction to my words, but merely shook his head. He's gone, Murky. He's not coming back. He shook again as the words stammered out, a hoof going to his brow as his eyes screwed tightly shut. I went to the gate and... I know, Protege. He turned to look at me, surprised. I saw it all. My lip quivered, as I slowly reached out and placed a hoof on his shoulder. I was watching you, I'm so sorry. This was Red Eye, a pony who'd made my already ruined life even worse. Yet in this case, I knew the issue was deeper down, Red-Eye wasn't simply a bad pony in this moment. He was a comfort, a meaning to some epiphany who'd never known it. I'd once believed. Still believed. In a hero who I discovered to my shock was not without her flaws. We'd each chosen one pony to help us out of being born into slavery, regardless if it was Red-Eye or not. It was a matter of a constant in our lives being broken. I'd been through that. Here, Protege was experiencing much the same thing. I don't know what to do, now. He's gone. He gave me so much, so much. A fresh wave of anguish poured over him, as his teeth clenched and he leaned his head back onto the desk, seemingly ignoring my hoof. I tried to do what he said. Tried to help Philadelphia and now I've lost. It's all gone. They took everything from me. Not yes. Everything. He turned back to me, red eyes sore and dripping, my rank and the position I went through hell for 2 years to earn. I worked my way to a better place and they took it away. My allies. My friends. The slaves I tried to help were his. I'm his. He's going to keep hurting me until he's taken all the pride I tried to give myself when I thought I was free. Now Master Red Eye's been taken too. He was like the father I never knew, Murky. I don't care what anyone thought of him, that counts for something. I looked away in shame, trying to avoid staring as he let out the emotion, coughing and having to wipe his eyes again. I remembered the pony I'd first met long ago. This wasn't him. I had a sense this was the real pony beneath. The pony who'd once been dragged into Philadelphia and thrown in a cell. I'm sorry. What else could I say? They think I'm a traitor, they're going to break me, Murky. Break me in front of every epiphany that I tried to be better for. It. He moaned, a hoof reading around to his back. It hurt so much. Close up, I could see his back now. Even after the potion it was carved up. He would bear scars for certain, even with magic. Pink streaks of re-knitted flesh stood out over the blood-stained coat. I couldn't bear to see it. Without a word, I drew the bandages from my saddle bag and sat behind him. Protege didn't protest as I began to wrap it around his torso, although he winced as they lay upon the swollen lines or reopened cuts, continuing to weep. It occurred to me how much he trusted my presence that he would not try to hide his feelings now. There wasn't anything said for a long time. I felt him jump and heard him gasp in pain every time the bandages lay across any still open wounds. Every so often, I would see him look up, as though wishing or hoping for something to come to mind that would make this all better. I knew that look, every slave did it now and again. Just imagined something correcting all this for them before the crippling realization settled in again. At least I could give him this. A fellow slave looking out for another by tending to their wounds. Reminding them they weren't alone. I reached around his torso to wind the bandages and tie them up, seeing over his shoulder that he was sitting more still, with his eyes closed. Thank you. I want to help, Protege. My hooves, as deftly as they could, pulled another line around his chest to try and hold it in place. It doesn't matter. I'm his again. You don't get away. I thought this place could change. Master Red Eyes showed me. I thought this city could be good. That we could, restore the wasteland. Protege spoke more solidly, as he dried his eyes with a loose bit of cloth I hoofed him. I know. But now it's ruined. It's been ruined. He almost shouted, Chain Link Shackles has destroyed it. He's taken the foals and gotten rid of the good ponies and now he's going to undo it all. They're hurting without reason, it's not a sacrifice anymore. Murky, when I was there, he was suggesting to Stern to use slaves as living shields against the Enclave. He turned, seeing the look of abject horror on my face. How could they consider that? Philadelphia is turning back into what it was long ago. It's not the same city I once believed in, not the same one that grew and recovered. I once thought we'd actually make it. That I might see a good Equestria. I had it all planned, Murky. All of it. What I was going to do and where. His magic lit, as something floated across from the floor. An old photograph of Equestria before the Megaspals, cracked and faded, but easily viewable. He held it in front of my face as I smoothed out his bandages to avoid tangling with careful strokes. Taking it in my hooves, I stared at it closely. A quiet town of wood and yellowed rooftops. Bright green grass and blue sky contrasted beautifully around the center building. A thick tree, tall and possessing strong branches that filtered out to the sides, but I saw windows in it, a balcony to one side and a door on the front. So Epiphany had turned a tree into a home. To its left, I saw a sign with an open book. A library. I always sat in here and told myself, when we restore Equestria, I was going to live there. Right there. Prodege's chin quivered a little as he took the photo from me. When we had made everything right again, I'd find it. Just like it is in the photo with real grass and an open sky for the sun. And the tree would have had leaves just like this, not brown and dead ones. I felt for him, I really did. Dozens of times I had heard his swearing to help Equestria, but only now did I truly see the gulf that lay between his wishes and reality. It'll never happen now. Murky, these slavers are of the old wasteland. A different generation to you and I. They will turn Philadelphia into an abyss of suffering and fire below the excuse of war. No doubt Shackles has his assassination efforts ready for Stern. I've lost, I have failed Murky, and I'm afraid. I thought I'd escaped, but I never had. What comes next chills me to think about. To become a humiliated toy to them. To see the foals used for their sick purposes. I only wish I'd seen it coming earlier. Slowly, he turned back to me, meeting my own rapidly wetting eyes with his. His hooves grabbed me by the sides of my shoulders, his words solid and intense. I think that's why I took interest in trying to know you. You were always stronger than I was because you had friends who believed in you. I think I hoped that maybe you'd help me, even if I didn't realize it. Help me see I wasn't free. I wasn't the one teaching you. It was I who was learning. Protege. With a shake of his head, he cut me off. Now I'm just lost and laid bare for all to see, all that I am stuck back where I was. A slave with no hope anymore. This city holds nothing for me. It never did. Now I just don't know, and I want to. I don't even know what to do now, and I want to ask something, and there was another long silence as he let the sentence drift off. We sat close together. Every so often he would turn to me, then away again. Protege was clearly thinking of something, his mouth opened and closed a few times. Eventually, he turned and began speaking softly, little more than a timid whisper. The words were hesitant, almost fearful. Murky. Can I come with you? His still face cracked, looking away as I saw another tear drip to the floor. I want to be free. There was nothing more to say. In the red light of the window, I leaned forward and pulled him into a tight embrace, pushing my head into his neck with his into mine. I felt him grab my torso in return, letting the last of his pain out after this day from hell and the fall of everything he thought he had. I felt myself sniff and quake at finally. After so long. Hearing those words from him. We had met as master and slave, now we would try for a better life as equals. Some minutes passed. We needed them. He needed them. So Epiphany to trust and hold on to during his grief and pain. I'd always had others for it. Glimmer and unity, coral and even brimstone behind that quiet mountain of a presence. This might have been the first time he had ever experienced having so Epiphany to just hold and be grateful for their presence. Eventually, with as calm a breath as he could, Protege sat back up and attempted a smile. It was stilted, forced. The thought was what counted though, I offered my best in return. I thank you, Murky. You did not have to come for me. I don't know what I can say. Everything that's happened, things I've done that I wish I'd done differently. I just shook my head. I might be the only one to understand. It's, okay? The others are waiting, but I can fit you through the shafts, we'll get out without them knowing. Protégé glanced around and through the window. Below us, we could see the first group of slaves leaving under guard from the Malfa goddesses knew what purpose. I saw the disgust on his face. He wants to hurt them. As he brought me here in chains, he told me that there are things to do. Things he wants both of us for, unity too. I fear he will be trying things. Indulging sick curiosity into that place's technology where no eyes can see with what he found down there. I have witnessed too many ponies disappear into that hole without emerging again. Sonny said the same. We need to get in there. The foals. I know, Murky. Protégé rapped the windowsill with a hoof, clearly enraged as much as saddened. It burns me that I cannot save more. But I am just one small pony, if anything I've been made to feel even more tiny today. What can just one good soul do against the forces at play here now? Gulping, I moved behind him, slightly to one side. Through the window, the dominating presence of the Enclave in the sky was all too clear. Weapons were tracking one another across a kilometer of sky. Probably even in range. Just no pony wanted to the first to truly pull the trigger on it yet. Philadelphia felt ready to explode in a heartbeat. You aren't alone. Not now. You always told me what ponies could do when they worked together, Protégé. That's what you dreamed of. And I don't think that was all red eye talking. His head lowered, a still bruised eye closing. I dreamed of ponies coming together out of will, Murky. Out of love and willingness to try for something better. They never did. Red Eye convinced me this had to be done. I always wished that we didn't have to. Now it terrifies me to hope for that future, because I do not know where Red Eye's teachings where my own thoughts begin. Something felt off, before I clicked to what it was and pushed up beside him, looking him dead in the eye. I think I know who's speaking now. You didn't say a very important word. He went silent. Thinking through all he'd said. I could see the moment that the cap dropped in his mind. No master. Protégé, you wanted ponies to come together, well we have. Just maybe not how you dreamed of but. It's something. We're just trying for each other and the ones we can help, like you. We're not struggling to restore Equestria. We're not trying to change the world. I moved away, looking over his desk and lifting the photograph of the library. We rose up and fought hard because we wanted to be free. Look how much has happened, how close we're getting. We had something to fight for, something immediate, that we could passionately believe in. It's the very first thing I ever truly thought for myself. If it could work for me, it works for others trapped in here. Yourself included. My saddlebag was pulled open as I paused to pull something out and reverently hoof over to Protégé. A weapon that I'd stolen from the armory in my raid. A magnificently crafted revolver, and a build from Philadelphia's factories. It was made of solid forged metal and brass, embossed with the flag of Equestria on its side within a polished wood grip. One of Blunderbuck's side projects. Equestria isn't green fields and blue skies anymore. But equally, Equestria isn't factories and weapons, it's not printing books and forcing foals to learn. To us, Equestria is freedom. That's something we'll fight together for. That's what made us lift up from the cells. Equestria is what's behind that wall or what lies in reaching tomorrow alive. It's the friend by your side and it's the brief smile they gave you for just one moment in the hardship. My eyes narrowed as I softened my voice. Equestria is whatever we want, when we have nothing else to hope for. Catching it with surprise, Protégé's eyes glanced over it with astonishment, a hoof tracing the grip's design. The same as his own cutie mark before slavery had taken its meaning from him. Equestria is hope. It's what ponies want in these bleak times we live in. His hooves cradled the weapon. His eyes carried a sudden clarity. They wouldn't follow us for what we told them they should have. But they would follow for what they want. Suddenly, his hooves clenched onto it, checking for ammunition with a sudden and startling determination. For the first time in my life around him, I saw Protégé as a free pony, come to a decision of his own. A fire lit in his eyes, tempered by a shivering, nervous excitement. The foals are in danger. Slaves are being taken, ponies are being hurt for no reason. I will not follow him any longer, the dream I had is broken. A childish wish cast on to the winds. Yet even with this I find myself afraid. Murky, I don't see a road ahead of me. Because you're the one to choose now. I stepped forward. Every time I saw you fighting for what you wanted, I saw the pony you could be. You're not weak inside, Protégé. Maybe just in some ways. But we're all like that, no pony's perfect. You care, you're so passionate about what you feel is right. Use that. Choose a path. Protégé mulled over each of my words. Eventually I heard him mutter one. Choose. The revolver turned in his hooves again as he looked back out the window. Then I choose. That I will not slink away alone. You came to find me, to ask me to come with you, but I know the foals are on your mind, as they are on mine. There is more to do. Yet we cannot do it alone, for I do not have the answer you might seek. There is no easy way into the den, one way in only and heavily guarded. With help, however, we can. With the support of others. Murky. If we wish to find them, we shall have to raise the stakes. He seemed gripped by a sudden drive, words gaining strength as he spoke them and brought everything into clarity for himself as much as anyone. Then, to my surprise, he began to trot forward, grabbing one of his spare sets of armor from the corner and throwing it on even as he headed to the door. The revolver lifted in his magic. They seek to end the next generation. I will not permit a legacy I shared in as an accomplice of evil to continue into its worst stage. There are those needing saved and kept away from Philadelphia's grasp. We need help to get the foals. Then that is who we shall seek out. His head turned briefly as he shook off the ponytail clasp and tore the symbol of red eye from his armor. One pony can make a difference, Murky. I intend to. If Red Eye was right about one thing through all that he taught me, he was right about that. Murky, after all this, I cannot say in words how much you allowing me to come with you and your friends means. How long I've wanted to ask you. Yet think, there are other ponies waiting for some epiphany to give them that choice that you gave me. We shall seek their help. Wait. Protégé. I ran after him, this had accelerated far beyond me. All the pain was boiled up in him, a slave ready to push back. Protégé was back in control of himself. Only this time, completely. What do you mean find others? What are you going to do? The door was thrown open from his telekinesis, hard enough that it knocked the guard clean out as he strode into the corridor. Out limped Protégé, gritting his teeth against the pain of moving again and walking on still shaky hooves. He stopped briefly, looking back at me. His eyes betrayed a sense of need, a calling as he briefly looked to his own cutie mark. I'm going to light a fire of hope in the darkness. The cage door into the slave pens was held open. Stepping boldly forward, Protégé emerged with a revolver floated meaningfully beside him and advanced directly toward the middle of the massive shop area. Dozens of slaves turned at the slamming metal and the dressed figure of a pony they'd seen scream before them return. 10 or so slavers, all of Shackles' group, began to look around too, jerking up from corralling the slaves into their pens. They began to trot forward at the sight, immediately closing in to assert power. You! Wormtail turned and began to run forward. His hooves stumbled and shook as he pointed one leg with a grimace and a shriek, trying to intercept Protégé. You, slave! I remind you that you follow me, now get back to your office and keep. Protégé shot him in the head without even breaking stride or glancing to the side. The ferocious retort of the new revolver echoed around the chamber multiple times, as he reached the center and looked around him at the slavers, raising the revolver to the closest one. A dozen slavers surrounded him, yet he held it firm. "Oi!" he slotted the master's guy. "The fuck?" Protégé took a deep breath, meeting the eyes of the slaves first as he slowly turned, addressing them loudly and clearly. The slaves seemed confused. They'd seen him in agony not too long ago, yet now he stood here strong and passionate. "To any and all slavers here. Leave now. I will give you this one chance." They laughed, many of them pointing their weapons at him. "Give us one reason." "Just 'cause you found a weapon, little shrieker. You aren't a big boy now. Throw it down before we rip you in half." Protégé merely smirked, turning his head upward and to the side. His eyes caught mine, as he nodded. "I had thought you might not. Perhaps some persuasion?" From my hiding place on the upper floor, I breathed in and stuck a hoof in my mouth to blow a piercing whistle. The slavers glanced around in shock, a few weapons pointing to where I'd been. Naturally, I had vacated the area immediately, instead dropping down on my grapple hook. On each level, from areas the slavers were not, came my friends. Glimmerlight and Sunny on the upper levels, their weapons trained on the slavers with a little smirk on both their faces. Coral Eve, her horn blazing, appeared behind three of them, unity with her. Brimstone Blitz wandered his way out from our old cell, towering over the five quite suddenly terrified slavers nearby as he stomped up behind them. I dropped right down to the other side of the mall, the wire humming loudly as my switch triggers to flip out Rarity's Grace at a slaver. He reacted in shock at me dangling suddenly beside him, dropping his weapon. I waved hello. Satisfying. The slavers were surrounded, caught off guard. A few of them spun weapons to face Brim, to face me or Glimmer. They looked horrified. Two kept them pointed at Protégé, trying to advance closer and assert power over him. They were the big ones, the old slaver veterans. "I'll ask you again. Leave." Protégé's voice was clipped and short. "You are a skeleton crew while the others are away, you couldn't take all of us and I know there's few left in the building. This is just a fucking standoff. We could kill some of you too. You ain't got shit, we outgun ya." There was a slow rumbling from our old cell, before the bars were bent aside to make room for the last member of our party to roll and the slavers slowly let their jaws drop at the mechanical sight that trundled in with a proud display of old-world weapon tech. Mr. Peace saluted to them and put on a winking face to his monitor. "I would heartily disagree, my good fellows." As one, the slavers dropped their weapons. One even squeaked. The mood was growing. I could feel the excitement in the air surrounding events beginning to flow and surge through my veins. The slavers were gathered on the bottom floor. Their weapons were taken and piled in a cell as Protégé approached them as a group. Around us, the slaves were perplexed. Some were scared. But many of them came out their cells, approaching the familiar faces of us. Most just looked in disbelief at what they were seeing. Mr. Peace had been sent to round up any guards in the nearby security room who now were marched out to join their fellows. Protégé looked up at their tall, gangly leader. "Fetch your comrades on the way out and get out. The mistreatment in this place has finished." "Fuck you. Truly, you have the most eloquent of arguments." Some of the slaves behind us snickered, but most just seemed afraid of the sudden change in the air here. Protégé turned to them. "They will control you no longer. You are not their slaves, you are not my slaves. You have seen me cry in pain, you saw that I am no different from any of you. My pride was broken before you and now I bring humility to make amends. I am not any pony with authority, but one acting on his own will to do what is needed to bring the suffering to an end." That got their attention. Skeletal, sick and injured ponies began to cluster. The balconies were full and the walkways swayed under the weight of curious stallions and mares. Bigger ponies approached, one mare already looked ready to lay into the slavers now that they were unarmed. Heads poked out, limbs wearily limp to see what was happening. We were at the center of over 50 ponies staring. What in the ever-loving way is going on down here? Where is slaves for transport? I demand answer. Mr. Mason came storming through the cage door, Blunderbuck in tow. He shoved past the slavers, before stopping sharply as he saw us in front of the slaves. "Shiort Vosmy." His eyes went wide. "This will bring you kill. You will die. Traitor." Protégé advanced forward, pressing his muzzle into Mason's. "I believe I just gave my last warning. This is no longer Slavic-controlled territory in here." The old pony clattered backward on his wooden hoof. "You will regret it. You hold us to guns and demand we leave? Stern will flay you. I will tell her. I will tell Shackles. He will come for you and he will make you beg for him to show mercy." "Assistant Suka?" Blunderbuck looked from us to his master, stumbling over before having a full bag of tools held into his face. He yelped, catching them in his hooves, but the weight slapped into his jawline and made him stagger back to his knees. "Come. We go to inform them of rebellion at gunpoint. Come on. Suka. Hurry, incompetent idiot. Hurry. Get up." He clipped Blunderbuck over the head with his wooden hoof. The young, sprightly pony yelped, falling backwards with a bruise already formed. On the floor, he started trying to pick up his ordered load, his eyes looking up. They slowly found us. He looked at Protégé, who only offered a calm demeanor. "Come on. Hurry, assistant. Stupid youngster, get over here this instant." Then Blunderbuck turned and threw the tools right back at Mason. "Oh, shut up. You dishonest old tree-legged unappreciative arsehole." The old armory pony was knocked back, his face far past anger into sheer surprise. Glimmer's grin could have lit up the night as Blunderbuck turned and marched over to our side, leaving behind the bewildered slaver. He briefly stopped as though to ask Protégé if it was okay, before his old master simply shook his hoof thankfully. I felt proud of Blunderbuck, that had been a long time coming. I think that's a way of saying, "Get the fuck out. 'Cause there's a lot more of us than there are of you." Brimstone grinned down at them and started to move forward. I saw a lot of ponies started to follow. Marching forward. I grinned, going too, the smallest pony doing so. A large group of slaves closing down on their old masters, some bearing makeshift clubs and bars of metal in their mouths. The slavers fled. The sight was satisfying beyond measure. Slavers were running scared from this building from the slaves. The chains had been broken in the mall. Today, I stood in the presence of something very special happening in Philadelphia. Left behind from those who chased them right out, we turned back to the slaves. Once the slavers had gone, there was an expectant tension. I could see it on their faces. What now? We had a building to ourselves, or soon to be once peace had finished his sweep. Here in this area. We were free ponies. Any who wished to leave, to not risk it, can go now. Protégé indicated the door. I will force no pony to face what might come, for his is only going to get more dangerous. I offer you not an instruction, but a choice. Why should we stay? What are you even going to do? A voice from the back cried out. I. Protégé took a breath, the stoic nature of his face the only thing to hold him in serious stead. Then he spoke, raising his voice, projecting it into every corner of the mall's main arena as he clambered up onto the lip of the fountain. Visible to all above and below. I'm going to attempt to free you, all of you. And anyone else who will come. He spun, taking them all in as they grouped around, us as well. Protégé trotted lightly in a circle across the fountain wall, speaking sometimes to one, then another. Some of you may be afraid, some of you may have plans of your own, yet I only ask for you to choose now. Today, I was laid low. I was humiliated. I had my brow beaten before you and was stripped of everything I had. Or I thought I had. To admit this in public, is perhaps the final step. I was nothing but a slave to them, held in silk chains perhaps. But now I see the truth. I admit my wrongs. I do not ask for forgiveness from any of you, only a moment to be listened to. For I intend to free as many slaves from Philadelphia as I can, under the cover of the war with the Enclave. That got their attention. Ponies moved in closer. I saw them talking to one another. I shared excited looks with Glimmer and Brimstone. The slaves we had spent so many days around in here were getting worked up over this. Discussion was going out. Above us, Protege continued. We will work together, as one. As ponies. I will not lead you, but I will provide for you. The skills we all have can be put to use. We have technicians, fighters, thieves, cooks and organizers. We could get medical specialists. We have enough to defend us here and then to make a coordinated breakout when the Slavs are busy fighting for their own lives outside, if we all pool our resources. With any luck, we would be a low priority for Stern so long as we leave her forces mostly alone. He stopped, looking at me. And with extra help, we can achieve things we could not do alone in tiny groups, such as reuniting many of you with your loved ones. Your sons and daughters so stripped from you. I bring this woeful news to you, that this day Chainlink Shackles has taken your children for experimentation in dark beneath Philadelphia. You, there. He pointed through the crowd to a shocked-looking lime-green mare. Miss Hucklebelt. When your child was born, they took her before you could even name her. Even now, she resides with the rest of the foals in Shackles' grip. You, Mr. and Mrs. Brick. You had twins when you were brought here, just toddlers? They are still alive too, they always asked about you. Coral Eve. Beside me, Coral nodded slowly. Protege smiled at her. The news of the foals had hit them hard. Some were furious, already 2 fathers were crying, worried. They clenched their teeth through the tears. We can fight. We can win them back and take them home. Please, decide now if you wish to risk it and stay or not. We have much work to do and not much time. But look around you, we have a fortified building, we have an armory and we have supplies with some powerful assets such as a war robot and several combat veterans. We can do this. His hoof struck the marble rim of the fountain sharply. A couple of ponies shouted their willingness. The parents, mostly, but their own friends who knew the hardships of those who had lost foals. Protege didn't let up, he spoke to them in particular, before aiming at the quieter ones. We shall take this moment, we shall not lie and squalor alone waiting for the end anymore. We shall stand up for ourselves. I was one of you and I forgot that. Now I will help you fight. For yourselves. For the lives denied to you by days, months or years in this hellhole. For all those we have lost in this nightmare since it began. For our children. Some of the ponies actually lifted their hooves and roared their support. I found I was one of them, I shouted my throat hoarse, leaping onto Glimmer's back to feel taller. Delight raced through me, the ponies that had laid silent and hopeless were being given a path they could take. A chance to fight and make their own destiny, not to simply wait for the inevitable day when they keel over in a factory. Then choose. Let us decide our fates by our own hooves. One last epic cheer. In the end, perhaps a quarter of the ponies left. Those who stayed were made up of parents and those that had needed a push to make a bid for freedom. Some were unsure, but preferring anything to dying of sickness, of wanting any possible chance to fight to the end compared to lying down and giving up. They came together and wanted to hear exactly what he had planned. Protege, owing to his education, was a natural coordinator. He sent out parties, always asking, to find and eject any remaining Slavs from the building. Some volunteered to watch the perimeter. Others begged him for the supplies they were denied that they dearly needed. He got some of the other volunteers like Blunderbuck to get the food out from their storage areas. Right now, the task was to secure the mall and find out exactly what we had. Soon, he came to us. He looked somewhat embarrassed, even while shivering on a high of adrenaline by the initial buzz of what he had set in motion. He called out to 3 slaves if they could check the roof access. 2 more were already bringing out their own secret stash to put onto the growing piles of supplies. Protege finally reached us, as he smiled at me. An idea, Murky. It needs only be ignited for it to grow itself slowly over time. Just like the one you set in my mind with your talk of freedom long ago. Yet now I need your help. Well. I apologize. My words assumed you would join me in this course of action. However, I can help you find your kid. Shut up. We're in. Brimstone Blitz spoke for all of us. Protégé caught me grinning. I'd explained it to them when I went to get them for the ambush. The chance to get help in reclaiming the foals was enough to convince us. Everything we had planned worked just fine in this. There was nothing stopping us from still taking the portal out of here the moment we could. Getting Chirpy, Lilac and Starshine back was the hard bit. What Protégé had started would help us beyond what we could ever have imagined. A large group of ponies we could make the effort with and bring joy to the returning parents as we did so. I cannot possibly thank you enough. Protégé actually laughed. Yet I must ask you for your assistance. To lead them, to organize them and get everything set out to keep this building safe. We'll go over the plan later, but for now there are things that must be said aloud to more than just them all. Murky, Glimmer. I shall need your help to truly set this alight. Or rather, your pitbuck and technical expertise. I looked down at my pitbuck, my sister seemed curious. What are you planning? There is something grand we must do, the last step of this. To bring it to the people of Philadelphia. All of them. He galloped off toward the cage door and the main stairwell. Looking at each other, we all followed. Up floor after floor all the way to the roof. Past us ran ponies carrying weapons, food and tools to block up doorways. I felt a mounting excitement as we climbed nearer. What did he mean? Bringing the word to all of Philadelphia? Was he really going to call out to the whole city as Red Eye had done? How? I couldn't put the question to him before bursting out onto the top of the mall. The masses of pipes, vents and cage fences that dotted its top let in a path to a tall aerial near the front edge that overlooked the city. There is a wireless PA system across Philadelphia. The mall houses one of its transmitters. Glimmerlight, could you connect Murky's pitbuck and its microphone to it? In my sleep, I thought this would be hard. The two of them walked to the edge where the transmitter was located. I hopped up onto a ventilation duct, seeing the vista of a city prepared for war before me and feeling the warm and slow wind drifting over my face and spread wings. The sky was lighting up in a brilliant orange behind the distant Enclave ships that were spreading out to surround the city. Above us, cloud ships streaked overhead, leaving intense sound in their wake that shook the building below us. They were too fast for the guns of Philadelphia to catch them as they banked around pillars of smoke and rocketed off again. The red glow of Philadelphia was stronger than ever, as the forges all lit for supplies. A vast population of slaves spreading out in all direction, the setting of what I thought would be the end of my life. Instead, it had become the start of my true one. Okay. Pitbuck. Glimmerlight reached behind herself, until I threw her the device. She grabbed and connected it with wires before handing it to Protégé. Can you keep them from overriding my signal? Does this stretch far enough? The Enclave must hear it. Just shut up and do your talky thing. She winked at him. And 3, 2. She slapped him on the back. At least, from my viewpoint, I hoped it was his back. Protégé took up the pitbuck in his magic and strode forward to the edge. He cast one look at me, mouthing a couple of words first. Thank you. I smiled warmly back. Then he turned and took a breath. We all stood behind him as he sent his message to the masses, broadcasting loud and clear to every slave, slaver and Enclave soldier near Philadelphia. Already below us, I could see slavers shouting and pointing at the building. Not at us on top, but as the shock of what we'd done was spreading and settling into every slaver and guard around the mall. Such local surprises were about to go a whole lot wider. As Protégé let loose his words upon the entire city at once. Philadelphia, look up from your tools and the burdens of servitude. Look up high and pull yourself from the toil. I speak to all who would listen. Some of you will know my voice. Others will know me by my name. Protégé. Previously of Red Eye Slavers. Some of you may trust me, others may not. But I am not the same pony that was known to you before. So hear my voice and judge for yourselves. To those that we see in the sky, the denizens of the clouds, I ask only that you maintain the signal. I speak not to slaves and slavers. I speak to ponies. I speak to any pony ever hurt by Philadelphia, who is trapped here. You are not alone. The rigors of war approach us all. Fire will rain from the skies and we will lose many good ponies in the coming days. We are afraid. I'm afraid. Yet there is a haven. A place where ponies can come to take shelter during this. The Harmony Mall will be a safe zone, where those of us unwilling to fight this war have come to be saved. We have food, we have medical supplies and we can keep you safe. The more who come the better chance we will have. My goddesses. I felt beside myself as I heard his voice become powerful and dripping with idealism. The scholar I had known, putting to work the study and presence he had learned, now powered by the force of his care and dreams for others. Behind me, I heard Glimmer swear, before laughing as she unplugged and swapped some wires. Nice try, amateurs, can't put him off air that easily. And thus I ask any of you, alone or in groups, come to us, help to protect others together. To seek shelter and eventually, to be free in the aftermath. To those in the skies above, this signal location, the mall, will not fire upon you. And to those who would oppose this choice of ponies to have safety and freedom. We will fight you if you come, but we will not attack you first. We shall be neutral, uninvolved if at all possible. This is not our war. There was a pause, as I saw his face harden. He poured impact and a thundering tone into his words in what came next. As such. As of this exact moment, in the pursuit of freedom from chains and the protection of life itself, the Harmony Mall hereby declares its independence from Philadelphia. That line echoed across the city. He paused, that one would have to sink in. I felt chills down my spine. I was in the presence of potential history here. Behind me, the others moved up, some ponies joined us too. All watched him. Below us all, I could see ponies looking up. Slavers were confused, slaves meekly wondering if they could truly believe it. I saw at least one of the cloud ships slow down near to us. The Enclave were listening. Slip your bonds, break your chains. The wall held us in, but now there is a place to go. A building where you might find a chance to be free. It will be hard, they will no doubt strike back at us, but we will resist them if we only are willing to try. We truly are better together, better united as ponies from all places in this stand against the eternal chain. This is your choice, ponies of Philadelphia. The choice I give to you, the choice you have been denied all your lives within these walls. He slowly turned to us. We stood together, supporting him, united at last ahead of the struggle to come. Brimstone having fought for redemption, Glimmer through her past, Coral to be reunited, Sunny to pull herself from the fires in here. Yet in my will for freedom, with the wonder that now was the time in my mind, I found myself holding Unity's hoof and she smiled sideways at me. Slavery, war, the Enclave and fire and death about to strike home, we united whom we could. Pain and loss had led us both to this moment, starting from our very first hopeless days as slaves. Now there were plans and means to assault the very chains that had held us here and sought to break us apart. This was the moment that it would all come down to. The end game. The Battle of Philadelphia. Before us, on the parapet, Protégé's chin was wavering. He took one last shallow breath. To those poor souls who would be listening, good luck in the days to come. Let us go forth together, so that we might all, at last, go home.